Have your sports curiosity cured.
Everyone standing here to center. Another 2-2 pitch. It's Karius.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
Oakley steps the screen. Harden back to Mobley. Corner to Mitchell. Fakes. Sidestep. Three-pointer. It's good. Donovan Mitchell. Huge three-pointer. His first of the game. He was 0 for 7 on the turnover. Strus comes up with it. Inside to Mitchell. Banks it hard. And the Cavs go up by 7.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
Can't get the shot. Nature's at the end of the room. Nature's in the open shoot. Serious.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Sol 667, Friday, May 15th. We're halfway through the month of May. Doesn't feel like spring is here, does it at all? Hey, the weekend is here, though. So let's tear up the old pea patch, clicker into Schnell, and make a fast break to the 11 o'clock hour. It is Feel Good Friday. It is Playlist Friday. If you've got a walk-up song, an intro song, send it our way at 833-401-1440. And the Duke will get her on as the morning progresses. Hey, and a hearty good Friday morning to you. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're also on YouTube on the old video at Sports 1440 AM. Drop us a like, a subscription. We're also on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. And as always, we're streaming on the many services that are out there. iHeart, TuneIn app, even sports1440.ca. And if you miss any part of any show, well, you can find it where all the podcasts hang out on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Be sure to subscribe, select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of the show. And so glad you're with us on a Friday morning on your morning drive. Maybe doing something for the long weekend. I don't know. There are some crazies out there that still will be camping in this weather, and full marks to you, man. And especially if you're doing it in something like a tent, that is camping, man. Not the luxury motorhomes that Eddie Steele has rented and had people set up for him over the last couple of years. And let's welcome in our Friday co-host and Monday co-host, Eddie Steele, Grey Cup champion from 2015, all-decade team, also all-century team in U Sports, which reminds me, I got a text from Brian Desley. I've got to respond to him, and I know Brian listens every day. Sorry, Brian, I forgot to get back to you. But yes, we can get that done, but we'll have a little chat later. Good morning, Eddie.
KK, how are you?
Good, big guy. So, yeah, like this would be a day where
I am
going camping and getting the motor home.
I'm the type of guy that'll pay for someone to set it up, man.
Now, why wouldn't you just really gut it out in a tent this weekend?
Ooh, that's really
Do you
grimy.
think the kids could handle it?
Yeah, they could.
Do you think Steph could handle it?
No. And I couldn't either.
Oh,
The kids, man, they'll go and do anything. That's the thing. Like, the kids are resilient.
yeah.
You get softer in our old age, KK. Why aren't you getting out the shaggin' wagon, that van, man?
You know what? It's just one of those weekends, but it's close. The shaggin' wagon. Come on now. But anyway, up until 5-6 years ago, Eddie, so 53 years old, we were still tenting it.
Ooh.
You know, so
Really?
oh yeah.
What do you do? Air mattress or just right sleeping bag?
An air mattress, yeah. You have to have an air mattress because you just don't know what kind of terrain you're going to be in. Like you could have a great site and then all of a sudden there's like rocks and whatever.
Exactly.
You got to have an air mattress. And to be honest with you, we were just fine. There was a couple nights where we were like, it was cold. Why do you just put the sleeping bag over your
cozy
head.
up.
Yeah.
You say,
That's
hey,
the old
Laura,
snuggle fest.
Laura,
yeah.
come on in.
Come on in, honey. Yeah.
I'm sure you've encountered this before. I've had some camping when I was younger, partying, and you wake up and you're waking up in 6 inches of water at the bottom of the tent.
Yeah.
You don't know how you got back in the tent. I'm sure you've had those nights.
Well, one time my good buddy Johnny Lay, Arlie Marar, we were pretty young, but we went camping at a place called Good Spirit Lake. But we were so hammered we couldn't set the tent up. It was just bomb city. So we probably went to bed like 3, 4 in the morning, and then we woke up. We just put the tent on the ground,
and
slept
laid on it.
top of it. And there was a kid poking Johnny Lay with a stick. I woke up with this kid because he thought he was dead. Well, I thought both of us were dead. That's like 40 years ago.
That's good stuff.
Oh, it was funny. It was funny. Hey, Duke's Ducks are out. The Vegas Golden Knights beat them last night 5-1. The Ducks' best chance was probably that overtime loss on Tuesday. Somehow if they could win that game, now but Vegas got the confidence, and then really the shorthanded goal last night killed them. But this Ducks team, and we talked about this before, so this is very reminiscent of 2017 with the Oilers. The Oilers and they lost to the Ducks.
Exactly.
So this team right now is almost identical with all that great young talent, and their time is going to come quickly. They just got to make sure that they assemble their team properly, the rest of their team.
Assemble their team and seize the moment when the window is there.
Yeah.
Speaking of windows, and we're not going to go all wild on this, but do you foresee the Oilers window starting to close, or is it still right in the peak of their prime?
No, it's starting to close. Well, it all depends on Connor McDavid's next contract.
Yeah.
It all depends on that. So, I mean, that's the only thing you can say. So you can say it's still open, and it's open for next year. And then they have to figure out what they're doing. So if he's only here for one more year, because you can't go into year 2 of this last deal without him being locked up, then it's only 1 year. So then the window is almost shut.
That window is this upcoming season.
That's right. So, but again, it all comes down to that. And it's just one thing and one thing only, because you can still always plug a hole. And they've been trying to do that for years and find, something to add and something that will help them out. And the cap's going to keep going up. That will help them too.
Mm-hmm.
But, Connor, if he signs another 2-year deal, that's just fine. But if they don't get it right this off season, and it starts now with the coach, the new head coach.
Absolutely.
And I mean, Duke, you had, I think, let's welcome in quick the Duke of Delburne, just limping in again. His heart's broken because the Ducks are out. His leg is broken.
It's been a tough week for me, guys. It's been a tough week. I'm eating losses left and right here.
Yeah.
Emotionally, physically.
Yeah. All of them. Yeah. Psychologically.
Anyway, I think you guys had on Fantasy Frenzy when I was driving to hockey your top 3 choices, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Connor stole that from Low Tide since we're on before him. We just said it was a little teaser for him, a little lead up for Low Tide's kind of poll question. Yeah. They had out for the day,
and you had your top 3 were
and listen, they're very chalk. They're names that have been rolled around here in the past, even before we knew of the expected coaching change. I think Bruce Cassidy is the premier candidate, and then I still do think Craig Berube would fit the needs of what this team is looking for, and then another veteran guy that we haven't seen in a little bit, but Peter Laviolette. So all with Stanley Cups on their resume. All with a long track record and turning, coming in and helping teams in the immediate. So veteran guys, right? And a little bit more of a hard nosed approach.
Right. And Eddie, who would you have for 3? Your top 3?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would have to go with those 3. Yeah. You could even throw Woodcroft in the mix, but you can't circle back to him. No, not here. Yeah. But in terms of coaches available. Yeah. Now it gets slippery because you talked about those 3 names. There's one common denominator between the 3, and they're all pretty tough, hard coaches. We know that. They get the best out of their players, but they do it in a no-nonsense type of way. What if, and that's my big question, is you got all this story that leaked and stuff earlier this week about Bruce Cassidy. Well, what if these other organizations, they're circling like vultures too, and they like being the Kings, being the Leafs, and they have more money to offer even potentially?
The Oilers will just match it.
That's so you think you see that Bruce Cassidy will be here regardless?
My 3 choices for the Oilers new head coach would be 1, Bruce Cassidy, 2, Bruce Cassidy, 3, Bruce Cassidy. There's no going back from this, because if Bruce Cassidy isn't the next head coach of the Edmonton Oilers, this whole week is even more of a debacle of monumental proportions than what it appeared to be and what it was for the last 3-4 days.
And that's where I'm at. You have to get Bruce. If you don't get Bruce, all this for what?
Yeah.
And what if you don't get Bruce? It's not a foregone conclusion,
So
man.
again, all the cards are in his side. And again, there was some talk, whispers even last night with Vegas winning, that now they're going to give permission to talk. So
they're just playing the game over there.
Well, whatever. But I mean, and you think about how a team should somehow get, like, karma should catch up with you. And the Vegas Golden Knights have done some questionable things. They have.
Yep.
And you'd think somehow karma's going to catch up to you, and it doesn't. They win last night. Now they're off to another conference final. And then after the game, Torch says, I'm not addressing the media.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't even see
not
that.
addressing the media. We'll send 2 guys to the podium and another guy off to the side, some other room.
Didn't even, as you move on to the conference final, didn't even hear from
Bus
the
is leaving in 10.
Hey, I remember that feeling. You guys almost left me out in, where were we there? You guys almost left me the bus.
So anyway, that's I like, it doesn't matter what they do. Nothing comes back to haunt them. Like even the day of, that everything, the story breaking, they score in overtime.
Yep.
And all that stuff. But Mitch Marner's goal last night, amazing. Absolutely,
sick.
Wonderful.
Sick.
Think about this. A year ago yesterday, 1 year ago yesterday, the Oilers defeated the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 5 of the series to eliminate the Knights 4-1. Because Perry Kapanen scored in overtime. Stu Skinner had the shutout, his second straight shutout over Vegas. So think about this. Everything is just fine, is it not? And a year later, Cassidy gets fired with eight games left. Vegas is now off to the Western Conference Final under Tortorella. Carter Hart is in goal. Mitch Marner is leading the Stanley Cup playoffs in score. 1 year later.
And the Oilers are in this mess.
And the Oilers are
bizarro world right now.
Smelly hole.
The thing with the Vegas, look, it's unethical, but I kind of do like the gamesmanship of the organization because they do have the power to say, no, talk to us later. It's not right, but I do like the gamesmanship because they're throwing one of their Pacific Division rivals into an absolute tizzy, and they did that to Edmonton. But people are looking at Vegas like this is all on them. Look, if Bruce Cassidy wants to say release me and don't pay me, he has the power to do so. He could say, I don't want to be under contract anymore as of whenever. He's still collecting a check, and I think that goes forgotten. It's not all Vegas here.
Have to mention the Montreal Canadiens. Big win last night to take a 3-2 series lead. 6-3 the final. Now, the most amazing part of last night's game. Now, think about this. Now, if this goes the other way last night. So, Jakob Dobisch allows 3 goals on 4 shots. The game is still it's 3-2. There's nothing wrong with, pucks are just going in.
Still
but he's
game.
let in 2 stinkers. Marty St. Louis, there's a great shot of him looking down like a deer in the headlights. That's your head coach. This is your head coach who makes all the calls. What does he say after the game? Did you hear this? This is what he said. Well, I looked down. I don't know much about goaltending, so I looked down to Trevor Letowski. He's assistant coach, who radioed up to the press box to their goaltender coach. And the goaltender coach said, keep him in.
Gives me chills.
Keep him in. And he battled his ass off.
That gives me chills.
Battled his ass off.
Trust. Such trust from St. Louis to trust his coaching staff, the staff to trust the player.
Okay, now if it goes the other way, and Dobisch lets in 2 or 3 other ones, what can you imagine if this would have been, say, Chris Knobloch doing that? What kind of head coach is that?
Totally.
What kind of head coach is that?
And the head man would have to fall on that. You couldn't say, "Oh, I radioed up," and they said, "No, you got to eat that."
Absolutely.
As the head man.
But it's when it works out, it's all groovy, isn't it not?
Groovy.
Anyway, that was amazing that Dobisch came back and played phenomenally. He was great the rest of the way, and now Montreal's up 3-2. Saturday night game at the Bell Center. I was almost going to say the Forum. Wouldn't that have been wild?
That is going to be nuts, that atmosphere.
Yeah, and the only game on the docket, And
I just
it's
wish
gonna
I
be
could
great.
go and get a dog from the Bell Center. Famous hot dog.
We got tons of texts, 833-401-1440. We'll get to them momentarily. A lot coming in with the coaching change, the coaching firing, actually, and then the change about to come. There's many variables. Go ahead, Eddie.
KK, what's your thought on, and I texted you a little during the presser because they use the old adage, flipping the switch.
Oh,
Someone's been listening to the Kevin Karius show.
how about that, eh? That's what Stan Bowman said yesterday. About the only thing he said of any relevancy yesterday.
He was skirting around there, wasn't he?
But then the best part, so a texter, I can't remember his name. We'll figure it out, or Duke will find it, and said, you know about what they say about flicking the switch. The more times you do it, the quicker the light bulb burns out, which was just beautiful.
That was sweet.
And that's what happened last year with the Oilers.
It's exactly
Flick, 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 flick. Oh,
can't.
bulbs burn out. There goes the playoffs. We got a busy Friday show. Holy smokes. And did it come together? Some great guests earlier in the week and then yesterday too. So we got Jason Greger to lead things off at 7:20. Mark Spector, and I'll tell you what, you got to read Speck's article. And that the best line that I've seen him write in a long time, at the very end of the article, the Oilers are looking for everywhere, for an answer, except the mirror. Ooh, did you see that, Duke, too, or not? Yeah, everywhere except the mirror. So Speck will be with us at 8:00. I got in touch with Fernando Pisani. So his son, Jackson's playing game number 5 tonight. In Prince Albert with the Everett Silver Tips. The Tips are up 3-1, can close things out tonight and book a trip to the Memorial Cup. So that's an exciting night for Fernando. He's on the way. He's driving to Prince Albert probably right to when we get to him about 9:00, 9:20. Cheryl Pounder, Olympic gold medalist. We'll talk about the PWHL, some expansion. Game 1 last night. Montreal beat Ottawa 3-2 in overtime to win it, scored a late goal. So we'll talk to Cheryl at 9:40. It's golfing with the G-Man on a Friday. Doesn't feel like golf weather around here, but we got Lisa Vlusic, long drive Lisa, the long drive champion, and her son plays for the Everett Silver Tips.
Both of them, Pisani and cool.
Yeah. So I texted Lisa last night just to give her a heads up, and she's like, I said, Fernando's coming on. You got to be kidding me. She was like, this is unbelievable. And like, she's like, when she's come on, you got to have a cigarette after.
Oh,
right?
she got that energy.
Yeah. When we come back, Jason Greger will be with us from the Jason Greger Show. Kevin Karius, Eddie Steele, Duke of Delburne, and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Summer, it's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweatbox.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call-solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit prosolutionsinc.ca to schedule your service today.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC.
No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in stock, ready to deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I'm Parveen Middleton, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 720 in Edmonton. Text line 833-401-1440. Again, it's Playlist Friday. Get him in, we'll get him on. Matt and Leduc also said, because Eddie wants that hot dog from the Bell Center, but he would warm it up in a gas station microwave.
I would take it. I wouldn't eat it at the Bell. I'd take it to the closest Esso, fire that sucker in.
Oh, man. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And at Fountain Tire, we focus on one thing, and it is your vehicle. From tires and wheels to oil changes, vehicle repairs, we got you covered. Visit fountaintire.com to book your appointment today as we welcome in the host of the Jason Gregor Show, 2 to 6 right here on Sports 1440. Jason Gregor. Good morning, Gregs. How's it going, big
fellas? How you doing?
Good. It's a nice Friday morning. And I don't know how you felt about the whole week, but since Tuesday morning when Frank announced that at 6:45 about the Oilers trying to pursue Bruce Cassidy for 3 straight days on the morning show anyway, Greg's, I mean, it was just not so. So I think finally, being a media guy, maybe you feel the same thing. I don't know. I think finally yesterday it sort of felt a little bit of relief, to be honest with you.
Well, it was the worst kept secret in sports for 3 days. And so, now, hey, we all know that Bruce Cassidy is someone that they're going to interview. I think it's pretty obvious. Like I'd probably say 97%, 98% that he'd be the next head coach of the Oilers. Vegas is going to grant them permission. It's just a matter of when. You look at Vegas last night. They're not an organization that necessarily goes about things the right way. How does their head coach not talk after they win a series? Like, that's embarrassing. They only allow one player to be available to, embarrassing. And if the NHL had any sort of stones, they'd find other leagues fine teams.
He's going to get fined. He'll get fined.
Yeah. And it should be a significant one. And then the other thing I've always said, you know what, man, at some point I'd like the media to take a stand on some of these teams that act like petulant little children and just say, we're done. We'll cover you for 2 weeks. And then they'll come back begging. But the problem is there's not enough media outlets that would have the stones to do it.
No, you're correct. They did that to Don Matthews in Montreal with the Alouettes years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to publicly apologize to the media. And Don had to apologize to the media. And then it was better.
That's interesting that Don Matthews did that, because Chris Jones had a stick up his butt towards the media as well, and he's a Don Matthews disciple, so that really makes sense now.
Yeah. Well, he had one up his butt when things weren't going well. When things were going right, suddenly he's Mr. Cordial. So
yeah. So anyway, Griggs, I said they had it on yesterday, Duke and even Eddie this morning. There are 3 choices for Oilers coach, and I just said 1 Bruce Cassidy, 2 Bruce Cassidy, 3 Bruce Cassidy, because if they go through all of this and he's not the head coach, then they even look even more foolish than what they have in the last 3-4 days.
Yeah, definitely. Well, what's interesting about it, it's funny how many people have convinced themselves that Chris Knobloch was a terrible coach because the Oilers didn't win, and they had to get rid of him. And I'm like, so does that mean Bruce Cassidy's a terrible coach because he got fired with 8 games to go and Vegas has been unbelievable? They're playing their best hockey without him, right? Or is it maybe that at the end of the day, the players decide the outcome of games significantly more than any coach does in the game of hockey? And yes, the coach can have a part, but was Bruce Cassidy that bad of a coach after winning a Stanley Cup and suddenly the players tuned him out? Like, I hate listening to that. You go in Europe soccer, they don't fire coaches every 2.3 years on average. Like, it's a joke. And the funny thing is, I was looking at it at league and different leagues of over organizations who have maintained continuity on their coaching staff have ended up having more success. Look at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Remember, after 4 years, the Bombers missed the playoffs the first 2 years. Then they lost in the first round both years. And after everyone's like, you got to get rid of Mike O'Shea. Mike O'Shea's no good. Even their fifth year, they won one playoff game, didn't do anything, and everyone was calling for it. Then they went to 5 straight Grey Cups, right? Look at John Cooper. No team since he's been hired in the NHL has more playoff wins than the Tampa Bay Lightning. They don't win every year because no one freaking wins every year. It's impossible, but they win more than everybody else. Then look at Rod Brindamore, look at Jared Bednar, second and third longest tenured coaches in the NHL. Guess where their team ranks in wins from the time they've been hired? First and second. So you know what? You can keep firing the coach. And trust me, Edmonton's great at it. They'll keep doing it. Or at some point, and I'll say this right now, the Oilers are going to start next season great because they're a good team. They got a lot of good players, just like they did when they fired Woodcroft and Knobloch came in and they played great defensively. Was it suddenly this master change in defense? No, because playing good defense is about will and a little bit of smarts, but a lot of will and being in the right area and doing it over and over and over again. And they did that for 1 year and then it's let it slip. And hey, Knobloch didn't have a great year last year. Let's add that in too. But hey, Bruce Cassidy or whoever the head coach is, I'm guessing it's Cassidy, he'll have a good roster. He'll have a team that is hungry. He'll have a team that is healthy. He'll have a team who wants to impress the new coach. Mark it down. Their first 20 games, the Oilers are going to be fine. I'll be stunned if they're not.
Yeah. Greg, I'm with you, man, in terms of it's all about the players. Sure, coaches can put you in the right positions, but players have to execute. Players have to have the will and desire. When you turn the puck over to get back and skate hard, at least get back to the half ice, center ice. We didn't see that out of some of the players, some of the best players on this team. I want to ask about the NHL coaching tenure and why it's so short. You look at other leagues that you just brought up. It's not as quick. It's, what is it, 2.6 years is the average coaching lifespan in the NHL. Why is it so short compared to other leagues in the turnover? They're just looking to burn through coaches left and right.
Well, I think it's become a habit now. And there's sadly, in a lot of us, we follow what everyone else does. Right now, there's exceptions in Tampa Bay and Carolina. And people are going to say, yeah, but those coaches are great. Were they? Were they great instantly? Did they have Jared Bednar's first year? They won 22 games, right? He is a good coach, but he knows that he isn't looking over his shoulder every time he has a slump. And hey, they won the cup. And then up until this year, when they got Gabriel Landeskog back full time, did they win a playoff series again? And not that they're a terrible team, but hey, they lost some series they probably should have won. No one said, oh, guess we should fire the coach because the players have tuned him out. It's a real NHL thing that has become acceptable practice. And people just say, you know what? It's easy. Let's blame the coach. And I when I hear, yeah, but it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Oh, really? It's the only multi-billion-dollar industry in pro sports? Give me a break, right? Like there's lots of examples of teams do it. Now, sometimes the guy isn't a right coach and you're going to make a mistake. That'll happen, but not to the tune that it happens in the NHL. I think it's become an acceptable practice. And to me, I think it's kind of stupid. It's constantly giving an out to the players.
Jason Greger with us on Sports 1440. So yesterday in Stan's availability, and you asked a couple good questions, but there wasn't much meat on the bone there. He didn't say much at all. The one thing that I really took from it, Greg, is this one comment that he said, when Chris Knobloch was hired here, he was the perfect coach for this team. So now, as you say, look, 2.5 years later, he's not. And to me, that didn't make sense because what did you do, Stan? Well, you gave him Mangiapane. You gave him Tristan Jarry. You erased Brett Kulak. You gave him Frederick at 8 years. And you basically, the coach started him on the first line, and he was non-existent for the entire year. So the question is, and then you're walloped by injuries in the playoffs. So what does it say to the organization? And I'm on your side here, man. I think it's the least amount on the coach here. It's on management, players, and then the coach. So what's it say to the organization and to the fan base and to everyone, season ticket holders, that the guys at the top making this call, and there was some culpability yesterday by Stan. I think you would agree with that. But the guys at the top making this call are putting making Chris Knobloch the fall guy here.
Yeah, well, that's the reality of the head coach. There's people above you, and usually the head coach gets the axe first, right? Then the GM, he'll get kind of like a second turn. And even though Stan didn't hire Chris, he did sign him to an extension back in October. So he obviously felt like, he had done a few things right, which he had by going to consecutive Stanley Cup finals in his first 2 seasons, which is pretty rare. Only Scotty Bowman has done that. So I do believe it was a little bit of that. Now, hey, I've always said it. If the organization wants to make a change, that's right. They're entitled to it. I didn't like how they went about it. I just would have fired the coach and then went out there like everybody else in the offseason after my research of looking at it. But I look at now moving forward. Stan Bowman's on the clock. There's no debate on that. Jeff Jackson's on the clock. That's just the reality of pro sports. Stan has to have a good summer, right? He has to have a better summer. Now, I've said it many times. Chris Knobloch, there's some areas of his game of coaching that he would have done different. And, I actually talked to Chris last week and we had a good conversation. And, he admitted, hey, you know what? Holding some guys accountable, that's something that they like. He goes, we got to figure out the penalty kill. That's something. I think at times, like, it reverted a little bit too much to the big guys and you're trailing games. So I get why they're playing a lot of minutes in the last 5 minutes of the game because they were trailing way too much. Right. So that's a product of what hasn't gone right for the first 55 minutes. So, but I think Stan Bowman, no question, is now on the clock and he'd be foolish to think otherwise because, and not just because of the loss, but the team has slowly gotten worse. And some of his acquisitions, like you can't defend the Stu Skinner trade. And I said at the time, so this is not me going back in hindsight saying, oh yeah, I didn't like the trade from day one. And because if you just look straight up in the acquisition cost of other goalies, why was Tristan Jarry costing you that much? I said it to me at times, this organization gets desperate. And I actually had a player from the team who reached out to me via text on Thursday who said, I think we're panicking, right? Like, I think the organization has panicked a little bit here. Like the injuries, they had more. Zach Hyman was banged up. Draisaitl. Like there's lots of guys. The McDavid and Dickinson is just the tip of the iceberg. So it's not an excuse, but it's a fact that you lose. And the organization will know all of the injuries and the extent of them much better than I will. And so if you know that, why not just say, hey, it's not an excuse. It's reality. It's hard to win in the playoffs if your best guys or even lots of your role players are banged up. You can't do it in any sport, right? No one has that much depth to overcome 4 centers being hurt, your top right winger being hurt, your top defenseman being hurt, your third defenseman being hurt, right? So you just can't do it. But I don't think the organization went about it the best way, but now it's in the past. So we'll see. They got to make a good coaching hire and you're going to have to make some good moves. Hey, Podkolzin that summer was great. The Podkolzin trade's an unbelievable, right? Podkolzin and Kapanen, you gave up a 4th round pick to get both of them. That's unreal, right? So you need more of those moves because guess what? There's always the Pittsburgh Penguins fleeced Stan Bowman. Stan Bowman fleeced the Vancouver Canucks. Now it's his turn. He's going to have to go out there and fleecing's probably not every trade has to be a fleecing, but he's going to have to make some good acquisitions and some good signings this summer. The pressure's on him now, 100%.
Yeah, and to kind of just tie up all the Oilers, because I do want to ask you about some Elks training camp. I guess the reality is this. For me, being a former player, the players are the ones, and we touched on it earlier in this interview, the players are the ones that have to go out and do it. Whoever the new coach is, they need to have the gonads, not to just revert back to 97 and 29 playing together, the big dogs. They need to hold these stars accountable because the coaches that they've had over the years haven't done a good enough job, in my opinion, holding the big dogs as accountable as they should. Moving on, though, here, Greg's.
I wanted just one quick one here, Greg's. I mean, I would be 100%. It's got to be Bruce Cassidy here. So 2 guys that he would probably look at bringing on his staff. One's coaching the Worlds, and that's Misha Donskov. He had him in Vegas, and then the other is Kevin Dean, who he had in Boston. So those would be 2 guys that I would see. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw them surface on Cassidy's coaching staff.
Wow, hey, you know what? Having an experienced continuity staff, like I don't think they have to get rid of McFarland. Right. They never really replaced, Coffey on the staff last year until he came back. Right. So I do think having a head coach plus 3 assistants is good. And they also have Connor Allen as the skills coach. And, I don't see any reason why you change your goalie coach again. That would be a little foolish to me. Although the head coach, he should 100% pick his own staff. 100%. So whatever he wants, that has to be, because there's little signs of dysfunction in the organization. Coach has to come in. Oh, you've got to have Paul Coffey. Not saying Paul Coffey was bad. Paul Coffey is good, but still, that was part of the deal. This coach should get free reign 100% on who you have on your staff. And even if things go sideways, it doesn't mean you have to force someone back on your staff.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good, Ben. Yeah. You're good. So moving on into with some Elks training camp here, well underway. Greg's, we have our eyes and ears down there with Declan Kruger, our in-house football knowledgeist. What have you been hearing out of training camp? Is there any stories you've been picking up on, Greg's? I know the competition on the O-line has been fierce so far during training camp.
Well, it's fierce at the center position, Eddie, but I think the other 4 positions are pretty locked in, and it is a massive improvement. I watched practice. I went down there, had some good conversations with Nick Anderson and Mark Killam, and I do want to, because I have a little tidbit of info that I'm curious about your opinion on. But their offensive line, buddy, is way better than last year, right? And they've got 8 guys now who started in the CFL last year, and they're going to have 4 new ones on the O-line, right? The only returning guy, well, O'Donnell wasn't here to start the year, so that's why technically it's like 3.5 because he came in late. But him and Wood Manzi as your 2 guards are really dominant. The tackles are massive. Their left side of the line in Gardner and O'Donnell, man, like they're mean. And you played, Eddie. You need some dicks on your O-line, some mean jerks, and they've got that this year. They're big, they're fast. I like their O-line. It's improved a lot. I'm intrigued about the wide receiver position on who's going to step up. The one guy is watch 89 McGriff. When he was in Hamilton, he was unreal until he got hurt as a young player. And I think he's got some ability there very quietly, because I know Mac's probably going to be the safety valve guy because him and Fajardo have some continuity from their time in Montreal. But I look at Zach Mathis. How's he doing? Their first round draft picks maybe being the best Canadian through the first 5 days, which is surprising a little bit, but good for him. And the other one is the defensive line. They got a lot of guys that can rotate in there. And I think the competition on the D line and the options of how they rotate, because they got a good mix of Canadians and Americans, is going to be fascinating. But the little tidbit that I expect this year that was different, just based on the conversation, kind of a hint I got from the head coach, I think everybody's going to play some snaps in both preseason games. And I'm all for it. The coach said we need to start better. The Elks have been the worst team for the last 5 years out of the gate. 0-7, 0-8, 1-4. Like, the season's over at the third way through the season. That can't happen this year. And I love that idea, because remember what last year they went in, they dressed like nobody and they got absolutely destroyed in Calgary. That's not going to happen this year.
Yeah. Killam was saying that the plan's in place not to do what they did last year.
Exactly. Yeah. And I had caught that too. I believe that was on your program, Greg's. And I had to leave, so I didn't hear it all, but that's what he was alluding to. And it makes total sense to me as a player, especially a veteran player. No, I hated that. Coach, I'm not trying to play in both preseason games. No way. But the reality is, with the way this team has started the past multiple seasons in a hole, with the momentum that they have, because believe it or not, there is some momentum around this community right now, around the team. If they can start fast, it's going to be huge for them. So I see no reason why they shouldn't not play people in the preseason. This is going to be a time, get your reps in, because we're not wasting any first week 1, week 2, week 3. We're hitting the ground running this season.
Oh yeah, they need to. Like, they need a good start for the team, but they really need a good start for the organization and build some momentum. I agree with you. I know that season ticket renewals, this is the first year in a long time that they're higher than they've been, right? They're actually growing. So that's a good sign for them. There's not a regression, which has been the case for, I think, the last 8-9 years in the organization. So it's not like they've jumped up 40% or anything, but it's stopped. Like, they've reached rock bottom now and it's coming back up. And that's a good sign. I love the fact they're playing at Clark for a preseason game. I just think, it's going to be jam packed, and I'm going to that game just for the atmosphere, because you're way close to the field. Like, even just, I love training camp. Now, maybe I'm a little nostalgic because they used to have training camp down at Clark, so I was used to it. But you're standing right there. You get to see everything better. So I quite like it.
Yeah, get that started, humming it right on in 2 weeks from now. on that exhibition game. That's going to be great at Clark. That's going to be wild.
It's gonna be such a good
Before I go, I got to ask you guys a question. I remember a while ago, I think it was Duke, and maybe he can chime in here, but did he not say that he thought like he could like if he had 100 pitches from a Major League Baseball pitcher that he could get a hit? Did I hear that right?
That was not the correct context of that phrase.
What was it?
I said 100 at bats from maybe it was a major league pitcher or just a pro pitcher in some capacity. I said 100 at bats.
Maybe. Was it? Okay, because maybe for the summer, maybe we should set up Duke to get in the box down at the river.
Not anymore, Greg.
Greg's
not anymore.
Greg, he can't even step.
Duke playing slow pitch. Greg, slow pitch, blew his knee out 2 nights ago.
What?
Yeah.
Doing like what? Running the bases?
Not even that.
No, it was like just a nonchalant thing on the field. Like I just planted to throw it and just the leg twisted and a couple big bangs. And I'm not feeling too optimistic about it moving forward. I already don't have an ACL in my other knee, so
she gone.
The familiarity of the feeling.
Have you went to a doctor yet?
I'm going this afternoon to go to a doctor.
Wow, that's really unfortunate because I'd been in conversations with the Riverhawks.
I was forward
to up. Greg's, you got me, baby. I'll step up.
All right.
I'll put a couple over that fence for you.
Come on now.
Dude.
Come on, boys. Which fastball right down the plate. Serve me up.
You think you can hit a curveball?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, yeah. It's not just BP. I'm talking real life. His guys, maybe he's going to throw a sinker. Maybe he's going to throw a changeup. Maybe he's going to throw a high heater. You think you get a hit?
I'll be honest. I've taken a couple of pitches before, and even when that thing's coming in at 75, it's coming in pretty hot, man. I don't know if I could.
Yeah. Well, the Duke, maybe we'll have to wait a year on rehab for this, but my God,
I'll hit the gym and the rehab and the physio hard, and we'll loop
officially reached like pre-old age when you get hurt.
I don't think it's pre-old age anymore, Greg's. I think I've crossed that barrier now.
Slow pitch injuries.
Tore my hamstring last summer playing ball, and now this.
Mix in some warm-ups. Hey, like mix in a little bit of a warm-up. Hey,
the warm-up I had on Wednesday was like going and putting the bases in because we were the home team, so we got to set up the diamond. That was the extent of my warm-up on Wednesday. Not very good.
Amazing.
Not very good.
Was it a bad walk of shame, Duke? After you got
walk
hurt?
of shame. The guys essentially had to like carry me off the field. I was out in center field. I couldn't even walk.
Is it co-ed?
Oh yeah.
Oh. Duke,
in real time, it's not like the pride isn't that hurt because my leg is hurt. Like, and everyone saw what happened. It did a snake move all the way down from my hip to my ankle. It was pretty gruesome. The worst part is having to tell people when they see me hobbling around here. It's like all day yesterday at the studio. Oh, what happened to your leg? What happened? You're like, yeah, I heard it playing slow pitch. That's what hurts more than anything.
Yeah, twisting on the edge of the bench to reach into the cooler to get a beer.
Well, that's the thing. He can't even show up and bring the cooler to the game anymore. He needs
I am still doing that.
You'll need like a little cart probably to pull.
Yeah, I'll get a wheeled cooler instead of the one I have to carry that I have now.
Yeah, that'll match Karius's wheeled hockey bag. Terrible.
Yeah,
you got wheels on your bag?
No, I don't.
Oh yeah, you do. Just like my son.
No, I don't.
They should be banned.
Good stuff. Good stuff, Greg's. Have a great show this afternoon and a great long weekend. And Eddie's going camping. You know, maybe he's got room for you in his tent. I don't know.
Dude, I don't camp on May long weekend. That's only for the diehards. It's going to be probably minus. It'll be dipped down overnight to minus. Really? I don't camp in May long weekend. I'm too soft.
Well, have a great weekend.
You too, fellas.
Okay, that's Jason Gregor. You'll hear him today 2 to 6 to close out the week. Heading into the May long weekend. It's so early this year.
My tent's not big enough for that circus.
Oh, man. That's the Puck Report brought to you by Fountain Tire. We worry about one thing. We're concerned about one thing. It's your vehicle. Check them out at fountaintire.com. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440. It's a Kevin Karius Show with Eddie Steele, Duke of Delburne, and Josh Fenwick at Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey Culligan, I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Expand your brand with Fusion Promo Marketing. Fusion is your trusted partner for all things branded merch and apparel. Thousands of products perfect for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
Mr. Rooter gets attacked by a Canada goose.
Oh, look at that. Another on-time arrival. Nothing stops Mr. Rooter from plumbing on schedule. You gotta be kidding me. Hello, Mr. Goose. I'm Mr. Rooter. Okay, this is what you train for. Through rain, sleet, or goose, the pipes get fixed.
For a plumber who does whatever it takes, Mr. Rooter.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
Whether you're refinancing or buying your first home, mortgages are easier with help from a neighbor. At Vision Credit Union, you get face-to-face guidance from local lenders who know the market because, well, they live here too. They'll look at your whole financial picture with practical advice for payments, renewals, refinancing, and what makes sense long-term. Get a more neighborly mortgage. Contact your branch today or visit visioncu.ca.
Fuel prices got you down? Subaru's here to pick you up. Subaru's electric and hybrid vehicles will save the day, helping you go further for less. Prefer a gas vehicle? Subaru, Crosstrek, and Impreza are built to keep costs low without sacrificing capability. Crosstrek was named 2025 Auto Trader Best Subcompact SUV, and Impreza has earned top safety pick recognition for 17 years running. Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru. Visit Subaru.ca.
Sports 1440. All sports, all day.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Thanks for listening to Edmonton's sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 748 in Edmonton. It is Feel Good Friday, Playlist Friday. There's the Duke in his 740 BA slot. If you got a intro song that you would like on, send it our way at 833-401-1440. Harry texted and said, down goes Frazier for the Duke. Down goes the Duke.
Yes.
I don't know if you'll ever be able to, to get back to where you once were, Duke.
No.
It's just been like a really slow drop off essentially since I turned, 24 maybe. That was when I peaked.
Year over year recurring injuries.
It's like the first ACL tear, rebuilt, back better than ever, turned in a great season of senior hockey down for the Outlaws, then tore it again, moved forward, couple hamstring issues, and now here we are with the other knee. What was supposed to be my good knee. My good knee now is... had to cancel. I had 2 golf games scheduled this weekend, canceled. I'm really, I'm not feeling very good overall.
It's tough on the Duke, and you think his life's ahead of him. Also, Duke,
his life's
you know, but and I don't know, Ed, if you missed this, but I went and got my ears lowered yesterday, and at JoJo's, Joanne, that's my hairstylist.
Yeah, got him lowered.
And last week, or was it the week before? Was it the week before?
I can't,
because we were talking about farmers and Duke's, potential, the ladies and all that. And she sent me a text and she said, because her dad's a farmer, Harv. And she said, like, how old is the Duke? Maybe I might,
have some people.
Well, no, she was thinking about herself.
Oh.
But Joe's a little
probably
older than the Duke.
Probably a little
bit older than the Duke. And I didn't want to mention her age on the air.
Yeah.
But then when we talked about it yesterday when I was in the chair, and I don't know, Duke. I think you could.
Would you entertain it, Duke? What if it was 20 years older than you? Would you entertain it?
That seems pretty.
What's the
Didn't we already talk? Didn't we talk about
7 years?
Yeah, the older person's age. You cut it in half, and then plus 7 is like this
that's
unofficial rule of thumb, right? But I don't know. We had lots of texts. People come and say that they're, however, like 15 years older than their spouse, and
that's. I mean, it's about if you're happy, right?
Yeah, totally.
That's all that matters.
It's doable.
That's all that matters.
I mean, you don't want to be robbing the cradle, but it's doable.
She was very, complimentary of you, Duke, and everything.
That's very kind. I wonder if this week's news has changed her tuna doll, realizing that
she'd have to take care.
Glass. Yeah, she'd be the one looking after me more than likely, despite being older.
Yeah, she would look after the Duke because it's just made of glass.
You got a photo?
I don't know if I do.
There's no real reason for you to have a photo of her.
No, I don't. I'd probably find one, I guess.
Yeah, we could find one.
No. Farming for Love.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. 833-401-1440. Matt and Leduc says a slow drop off followed by a slow pitch drop off. Mark says, good morning, Kevin. I thought it was disappointing that Jackson and Coffey were not part of the press conference yesterday. I don't think Coffey's shouldn't be in there, Mark. The one thing that I did say, and this is on the GM's the GM, man. So I don't know where you're coming from here, Mark. I think this is on Stan. But as I said yesterday, Eddie, and I still haven't found out, maybe Speck will be able to tell us at 8 o'clock where Stan was. If he's in Edmonton, I think you have to do this media availability in person.
In just based off looking at the background, it looked like he was in his office or somewhere in the building.
I don't know. But you can control as when you are in the comms business, and the comms people got it to a T during COVID because there were so many Zoom and so many media availabilities on Zoom. And I listen, Jamie Cartmell did a wonderful job yesterday to get all that. It's not easy. But from a fan standpoint and a season ticket holder standpoint, when I want the accountability, I want that in person. And I think the media does too.
Do you think Stan did a good enough job of taking accountability?
No.
He owned it a little bit. He said that management's involved and point the finger, but no, he didn't, especially with the first question too, where he essentially said that he's not going to answer media speculation in terms of how this all went.
That's the whole story.
That's the whole story is that he just swept under. And then speaking of comms and PR, how about the Oilers coming out at 5:50 a.m. with this? Might as well have released it at 5:50 p.m. on a Friday.
Okay, well, think about the whole storyline. Frank on Tuesday does it at 6:45 a.m., so that's 8:45 his time. It happened on Wednesday night, the actual firing.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't come out till Rashog posted it at like 6 a.m. I might be off by 15 minutes. But the Oilers release was at 8:30.
Yeah. Sloppy, unorganized. It could have been handled so much more better.
Again, so if you don't get your guy that you wanted here a week ago in Bruce Cassidy, because let's think about this, because if Frank comes out at 6:45 on Tuesday, that's been happening Monday, Sunday, the initial conversation probably goes to Vegas. Hey, we want to talk to Bruce Cassidy. Maybe it's a week ago today. I don't know. And then Vegas 2's on it for a day, and they go, you know what? We're busy right now. We'll get to this when we get to it.
Kick rocks for a bit.
Yeah. So this has been going on for a while here. Text 833-401-1440. Tons of them coming in, and I promise we'll get to them. And even Dallas had one about football, and we'll get to this one, Dallas. I'll probably text you on the side, just talking about Elks and things like that. And this is a big year for them.
Huge year.
A big year.
Huge year.
Massive.
They play Ottawa week 1, then it's a bye, which is, somewhat disappointing. But if you can win that first game against Ottawa, you might lose a little bit of that initial momentum in that bye week. But then that first home game in week 3, you have to, and I mean capital HAVE, have to come out with a bang.
Yeah.
In front of your home crowd.
I hope that, again, is it the 29th, 2 weeks from the whatever it is for the.
I'm not totally sure.
The Not Whole Gang. I just hope that that's a really nice night. I hope the weather's nice.
Yeah.
I hope, obviously it's going to be a sellout because you can only put so many people in there.
6,500.
But you know what? If people want to come down and stand 10 deep, let them stand 10 deep.
Exactly.
Just because, get them in. And when we go and watch camp there, Eddie, and people are standing along the fence.
The fence line.
Figure it out where people can just stand 10 deep, put a couple porta potties, throw in like a beer sales area, and just let them have basically a tailgate during the game.
I'm with you, KK. You really need to have that type of open mentality. Let's not be stuffy about this. Yeah. Let's get people out. Let's have, like you say, get the vendors going. Of course, everything needs to be in regulation, but let's not just have a stick up our butt when it comes to this event. And then we have on this upcoming Monday in Spruce Grove, Fan Day. Yeah. So catch me down there as well. I'll be down signing some autographs with the alum. And it's just going to be another great opportunity to be up close and personal, see these big humans right up close and see what they're about, man.
What you should do is get a great big long extension cord, Eddie, bring a microwave out, and people can bring their stuff.
Oh, yeah. I'm only allowing for cans of tuna to be warmed up.
In the can.
In the can.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Before that, time now for Sports 1440 update, brought to you by All-Star Construction. They shape and build Edmonton communities, specializing in underground utilities like power, gas, telecommunication, and street lighting. That's All-Star Construction. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Stanley Cup playoff action last night. The Canadiens double up on the Sabres 6-3 in comeback fashion to take a 3-2 series lead in that best of 7. And in the nightcap, Vegas Golden Knights punched their ticket to the Western Conference Final with a 5-1 win over Anaheim, taking that series in 6 games. PWHL's Walter Cup Finals kicked off last night in Montreal, and the Victoire win game number 1 in overtime, 3-2 over the Ottawa Charge. IIHF World Championships getting underway this morning from Switzerland. Canada will kick off their schedule against Sweden here just after the top of the hour. Other games this morning include Finland against Germany, United States playing Switzerland, and the Czechs up against Denmark. In the majors yesterday, Blue Jays not in action, but plenty of other games in play. The Detroit Tigers fall to the Mets 9-4. Seattle beat Houston 8-3. Boston falling to Philly 3-1. Cubbies blank Atlanta 2-0. And the Dodgers get past the Giants 5-2. Finally, Players Championship, PGA Championship, continuing in Philadelphia. Currently atop the leaderboard. It's a bit of a logjam as Alex Smalley, Albert Falkgeider, Steven Jager, and others all at 3 under. Coming up in hour 2 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector, and we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
I've got some good news. If you've been thinking about a heavy-duty truck, the 2026 Ram 2500 Black Express is now at St. Albert Dodge. You've got 20-inch black aluminum wheels, black Mopar side steps, body color, bumpers and grille, and a sport performance hood. Available in all the colors for $68,990. Plus, new this year, Ram's best-in-class 10-year powertrain warranty. Now's the time. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
Summer, it's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweatbox.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit prosolutionsinc.ca to schedule your service today.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
For the most physically demanding jobs, Carhartt's Rugged Flex technology provides extra stretch where it's needed most to help you crouch, kneel, bend, or crawl with ease. Rugged Flex pants give you a maximum mobility advantage every time you put them on. Find the largest selection of Carhartt Rugged Flex at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations and online at jobsiteworkwear.ca.
Job site workwear, tough different tough jobs.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. We're having a lot of laughs on a Friday here. It just feels like a feel-good Friday. Wish we could have good weather for the long weekend, but other than that, things are shaping up nicely. It's a Playlist Friday, too. Get them in at 833-401-1440. The Duke will get them on. Time now for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. And right now, you can get 0% financing on the heavy-duty trucks. And you know what? You also get 0% financing on the half-ton trucks as well. So you can't beat that. See more at northgategm.com as we welcome in Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
Hey, boys. How you doing this morning? You're going camping this weekend, Eddie?
No. Don't listen to this guy, man.
You know the last time that Eddie went camping, Spec? Did you hear that story?
No.
Eddie, do you want to tell it?
What story?
Well, so he said he's going camping.
He
borrowed all my fishing gear. What else? So then I said, well, what are you doing? Like, where are you going? He goes, well, nothing. I just drive out there. Some guy from an RV dealership that I rented a nice big RV. He takes it out there, sets it all up. And I basically go there. It's a turnkey operation. I walk in, and then when I leave, I just lock the door and he comes and picks it up. That's camping, man.
That's camping. That's me and Spec are kind of on the same level. We're bougie boys. He doesn't cut his own wood. He uses a splitter. I don't set up my own RV. I pay for it.
They call that glamping, don't they?
Oh, that's above glamping.
That's above glamping?
Yeah, above glamping.
Yeah, when I'm out there, I'm not turning that air conditioning off in that unit, man. I'm really glamping to comfort.
Yeah.
Oh, dear boys.
Yeah.
But it's a cold weekend for camping, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I really quickly, Spec, I was actually out in Jasper a couple of days ago for work. I do quite a bit of work there. And I had to stop in and get myself a cinnamon bun. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, did you have the Bear's Paw?
Yeah, Bear's Paw. Yeah. I had to, man. Brought a couple back to the kids.
For sure.
Attaboy.
That and the cold beer at the Jasper Brewing Company. And tell you what, couple turns in Marmot, and that's your trip to Jasper. Turn around, go home.
Exactly.
Attaboy. Hey, Spec, you know what? You probably stole it from me, but I loved your last line in the article that you wrote. And I'm just kidding, you know that. But I just thought it was so apropos from everything that we've heard from and seen from this organization. And for our listeners, check it out on Sportsnet, and Spec's got it there. But, you posed the question and Stan responded to it. And then the last line was about something that the Oilers are looking everywhere except the mirror. So I thought that was a great line, buddy.
Thank you. It does seem that way. It's always the blame. We always do these organizational sweeps looking for answers, and the blame always falls at the same office door, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Right? Coach's office door is the one that is paper thin somehow, gets kicked in every second year. So yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting summer and an interesting year. I think that somehow this one seems a little different than all the other coaching changes. I've never seen a coach with the pedigree and that's done the job that Knobloch did here get ousted. I've never seen a coach who took his team to 2 cups in 3 years get ousted. Never seen that. So yeah, I think there's going to be a different level of pressure this year and expectation. I think in this market, I think I'm not sure we haven't heard all the excuses for not winning here. So maybe there's more coming. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, as I said earlier, like Stan, you didn't get anything from what he said yesterday, and I don't think we should have expected some of the answers that you guys were asked questions to. But the one thing that I did take away from it was when he said that he called Chris Knobloch the perfect coach for this team when he was hired. But then obviously he's not anymore, not even close to it, or why would he be fired? And then when you look at it, and yes, Stan made a couple of moves, but he gave the cards for Chris Knobloch to play, and those cards included, Trent Frederick. They included Tristan Jarry, subtracting Brett Kulak, Mangiapane, so, and then everyone is hurt. I mean, they couldn't have had more injuries. And that hasn't been talked about enough, I don't think. So,
yeah. Well, I think there's two things. Like, I don't think there's any coach that could have coached that team to success last year. I think it was a year that was just set up for failure after 2 long Stanley Cup runs. Then you get the hard every second day compressed Olympic schedule. And then you finally play some good hockey after the Olympic break. Looks like they're finding their game. And then 5 or 6 guys of your key guys, all your centermen, all get hurt at the same time. So I just feel like there's no one to blame for that. You could blame the players. You should have taken it more seriously. You can blame the coach for trying to get the players and motivate them, which I never buy. But that roster wasn't going to perform last year. That roster was like Eddie's trailer at the end of a, 10,000 kilometer camping trip. It was just, there wasn't anything there anymore, man. They were just trying to get the finish line. So I'm not blaming really, although Bowman's year last year wasn't any good. I'm not even blaming him for that year. I think it was a write-off. But I want to say this, the constant through all of this, and there's been different GMs and obviously a million different coaches, but the constant here is this leadership group and this core group of players. They run through coaches, like Kevin Karius ran through girls back in the day, right?
Ooh, we've heard, lover boy.
And I'm not kidding. I think we need to, it's time now for this group at the end of the McDavid window, figure out how to make a coach work, right? You guys have all been around a long time. You all know you've had lessons from 10 different coaches here. It's up to this group to figure out how to let a coach have some success here instead of always saying, no, he couldn't get us going either, right? When do we look at 97 and 29 and 25 and 2 and 93 and say, what about you guys? Why is it never your fault?
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Spec. That's the truth that people need to hear. Just because you're the best players in the world doesn't mean that you're going to be the best leaders on a team. We've seen how this story has played out, and we're not here blaming them, but the players are the ones that play the game. Having been a player, I'll tell you what, if I have a bad play in a football game, how could I ever go into the media and say, oh, my defensive line coach didn't put me in the right position? No, man. Right. That's me who missed the tackle. That's me who got a penalty. It's on the players.
Totally agreed.
Spec, I did. You could have flamed me a little better, though. You said the roster was done like my trailer after a long camping trip. Man, you could have said the roster was done like my hair, or you could have flamed me a lot harder than that, Spec. I expected more from you, to be honest.
I love you, Eddie. I'd never take a shot at your hair. You black guys can wear that look and look great. It's us white guys. When we're bald, it looks like we're sick.
Go and tell that to Greg. So earlier in the program, Kevin said 3 options for a new head coach. Option 1, Bruce Cassidy. Option 2, Bruce Cassidy. Option 3, Bruce Cassidy. My question is, because now the Leafs have an opening, the LA Kings have an opening, what happens if for some crazy reason the Oilers aren't able to land Bruce Cassidy? How much egg on your face would this whole situation end up being?
Yeah, I mean, it would be, sometimes you go after your top coach and you don't get him. It does happen. But I mean, the only thing that would stop Bruce Cassidy from coming here would be if for some reason the Oilers were trying to lowball him and everybody else was paying him $3 million more a year. Assuming the Edmonton Oilers are willing to pay market price for a top coach, and you better be, because that's how things work in the world. And they always have. To Daryl Cates' credit, there's never been an accusation he doesn't spend enough around here, right? He does. Like, you're picking from 3 teams and you're trying to win a cup. I saw Cassidy on the NHL Network yesterday. He says, I want to win. I want to win another cup, and I want to do it fast. That's what I want to do. Well, you're not winning that cup in Toronto. That is not happening. Toronto's going to go the other way. LA's not winning any cups here. So to me, if any coach who chooses LA or Toronto over Edmonton, they're just doing it for the money. They're not. Don't look me in the eye and say, I think we can win there more than Edmonton. Like, don't tell me that, because there's no chance those 2 teams come in above Edmonton in a chance to win you a cup.
I think it's Cassidy, Spec, and I don't think I'm wild and out in left field by saying it could be a 4 or 5 year contract. And I would say it's going to be in the $6 million range.
Wow, that's big money.
It is.
And meanwhile, they're paying Knobloch $7.5 million over the next 3 years as well. So, hey, I'll tell you what, we've sometimes criticized Daryl Cates, usually just for never being around or speaking to the media, anything like that. But I'll say it on the record. Nobody can criticize Daryl Cates for how much he spends on this thing. He gives this team every dollar it needs to win. There is no question. Does he charge too much for beer? He charges too much for beer.
Yep.
But how do you think he pays all those bills?
So here's the thing too, Spec, and I mentioned this earlier. So when it is Bruce Cassidy announced and he puts together his staff, keep an eye on 2 names. Kevin Dean, who I don't know the contract situation. That's the other thing. I don't know. Kevin Dean was in Vancouver last year, and Cassidy had him on his staff in Boston. And then Misha Donskov, who Cassidy had on his staff in Vegas. Now, Donskov left Vegas, I think right after they won the cup together, but I'm not 100% sure on that because he went to Dallas.
Is he not coaching the Team Canada right now?
He's coaching Team Canada right now. Keep an eye on those 2 names, when Cassidy gets named.
Okay. That's now that Vegas has concluded their second round series. As soon as Bill Daly phones them about skipping out in their media last night, I'm sure he'll also talk to them about what are we doing with Cassidy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Spec, I wanted to ask you one thing. And did you read or see what happened last night? And speaking of the media, I mean, Marty St. Louis was so good with the media after the win last night. Did you catch wind of the how things went about with when Dobish let in 3 or 4?
No, I did not.
Okay, so he was asked about, were you close to giving him the hook? Because there was I don't know if you saw the game, Spec, but there was a tight shot of Marty St. Louis, and he's looking down at the other side of the bench, and he's looking like a deer in the headlights, to be honest with you.
Yep.
And he says the story after. So he was looking down at Trevor Letowski and saying, what should we do? And Letowski radioed up to the press box where the goaltending coach is and said, what do you think? And the goaltending coach says, leave him in. Radioed back to Letowski. Letowski says, leave him in. And that's what Marty St. Louis told the media after the game last night.
Okay, well, so what do we derive from that? This is
Eddie had some great points.
Well, every time you say this, KK, you mention it again. It gives me chills. Yeah. Just because that is such a well-functioning organization, from the sense that the trust that Martin St. Louis has in his assistant coaches, and he listens to them, doesn't just go his way or the highway, but then the trust that the assistant coaches showed that they know their players, that they know that this might be just a quick little blip and that their goaltender is going to battle through it. To me, all parties involved, it's just such a positive sign of good health from an organization.
Yeah, I mean, and not just a hockey team, like a trucking firm or a whatever, an accounting firm. Hire good people, right? Trust them to be prepared and do their job. And when the moment comes that you got to talk to Zach in accounting, and it's an accounting question and it falls under his purview, ask his opinion and accept it, accept it. And if he's wrong 2-3 times, well, we'll deal with that. But give the guy a chance to be right. And hire good people and get out of their way. That's what Marty St. Louis did right there.
Exactly. Hire the right people and let them do their job. Now, on the flip side, do you think that there is any panic coming out of the Oilers organization with how they've handled things this whole year, goaltending, moves that are made? Do you think there's a sense of panic or urgency there?
Well, listen, all around the organization, when I hear the top players say this organization's going backwards, that's on Stan Bowman and Jeff Jackson, right? An organization's arc is on the front office, not the coach, not the players, right? It's on the front office. So when I hear Draisaitl say that, he's talking to Bowman and Jackson. When I hear McDavid agree with it, he's talking to Bowman and Jackson. So yes, there's concern from the roster. I guarantee you there's concern from Cates' office, because those guys took over a 104-point team that was a period away from beating Florida for a cup. The next year they were a 101-point team that got to the cup, but it wasn't near as close. And the next year they got 93 points, got kicked out in the first round. So this team is depleting, right? It's on a downward trajectory since the day Bowman and Jackson walked in the door. I asked Bowman that yesterday, right? He said this team's going down, and he said, and we get our share of blame for that. So yes, there's concern. This team's not getting better every year; it's getting worse every year. There's no way to deny that, right? Bowman was the architect of the worst trade in the National Hockey League last year. It's hands down, right? So yes, there's concern. There damn well should be concern. These guys are getting paid big money, and they're not getting the job done right now. And tell me I'm wrong, right? Tell me different.
Yeah. Hey, I got to tell you, Spec, because I looked 1 year ago last night. The Oilers beat Vegas 1-0 to win the series, 4-1. It was Stu Skinner had his second consecutive shutout. So that's 1 year ago. And then look at 1 year later. So Cassidy's fired. Tortorella takes over. Carter Hart's in goal for Vegas, and Mitch Marner's leading the playoffs in scoring.
Wow. Big changes, eh? How about the goal Marner scored to open that game?
Oh, unbelievable.
What a goal.
Poor Jackson Lacombe. Oh, the Duke.
Hey, listen, stuff changes, man. You don't stay on top every year. I get all that. The Oilers had a bad year. It doesn't mean they're a bad team. All of that stuff. Florida had a bad year. Is anyone saying Florida's finished? No. They're going to bounce back. The Oilers will bounce back too. Got our concerns here, but let's all I know is that Vegas team that won last night, Edmonton's owned them for about 3 years.
Yep.
Right? Edmonton beats them for fun. So I don't see how it has to. Do you
think
I don't see the level of panic?
Do you think they have a chance against Colorado?
I don't. I really like Colorado. I think Vegas is too slow for Colorado. I think they won't be able to keep up. That's my opinion. Vegas is, although give them credit, Vegas, they slowed down Anaheim. That series was not a track meet, and it was not played off the rush the way the Oilers Anaheim series was. That's Anaheim Edmonton series was played exactly the way Anaheim dictated that series on Edmonton and won it. They did not dictate the series on Vegas. Vegas took control of that series. To their credit, they were the better team. They deserve to win. Can they do the same thing to Colorado? I don't think they can, but that's what they'll try to do.
What are you going to do at the lake this weekend on the long weekend, Spec?
If it's as cold as it's supposed to be, not a whole lot, brother.
Like, what do you just sit around with Shelka and play crib?
A little crib, maybe watch a little TV, go over to the neighbors, maybe have a visit. I mean, what are you going to do? Stay in the condo in Edmonton or go out to the lake? Either. I'm not doing anything any fun here. Right?
Maybe we'll come out and we'll play the Mexican Train.
Yeah, that sounds great. I don't know, man. That sounds what the hell it is. The hell's Mexican Train?
Well, we'll have to teach you.
It's probably one of those games you used to play when you were single.
Off-air material, Eddie. Google it. You're a reporter. No, you don't put safe search on.
I don't know, man.
Have a great long weekend, Spec. We'll talk to you on Tuesday.
All right.
Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet on the mark, brought to you by Powered by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. This truck's for you. Check them out at northgategm.com. Never played the Mexican Train, eh, Eddie?
No, not that one.
See, you guys got to get your minds out of the gutter. Duke, Google it. You know, you got the.
Kevin, this is a work computer. I'm not Googling that
Yeah,
kind of
exactly, man. We got people searching.
Unbelievable.
Stingray here.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting an email from Marty here in like a second. It'll be
Choo,
flagged.
choo.
Yes. There you go. Josh Fenwick. Kind of like dominoes? Yes. Come on now. When we come back, we'll get to more of your texts. Again, it is Playlist Friday. Get them in. We'll get them on. Duke, is the Jerry Reed song coming on soon?
It is.
Oh, beautiful. Eddie, you're going to love this song.
Jerry Reed.
Jerry Reed, yeah.
I got to get mine in here to do.
Yeah, you got one more break. So Kevin Karius, Eddie Steele, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Our new McCafe crafted sodas just drinks or something more. Like Sprite Berry Bliss, Creamy Strawberry Coke, and Orange Dream. All swirled with fizzy flavor and topped with silky cold foam. Only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC.
No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
There's still time to book your tournament at the Ranch Golf and Country Club.
As one of Alberta's top tourney courses, the Ranch makes hosting fun and easy for any group or business. No matter how unique or unusual, they'll accommodate your vision for an event no one will soon forget.
Start planning your tournament today at their beautifully landscaped course on the outskirts of West Edmonton. On-site event coordinators are here to help, but hurry, availability is limited and booking fast.
Visit theranchgolf.com.
It's like a locker room, minus the smell.
Ew.
Kevin Karius brings the banter, the buzz, and the bold sports talk. Weekday mornings from 7 to 11 on Sports 1440, Edmonton's home for sports.
At Metal Supermarkets, they're all about value added. In addition to a warehouse bursting with steel, aluminum, all the good stuff, and cut fast, they offer a ton of value added services: metal bending, drilling, punching, notching, welding, and back hair waxing. Oh, sorry, I meant plasma cutting. Anybody seen my glasses? Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for... And value-added options, too, even delivery. Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, Jersey barriers and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned. Over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com.
The Lawnmower Hospital.
You've enjoyed a long winter with your Ego snowblower, but now it's the time to get ready for spring. Bring your summer Ego equipment in for service. Or if you're looking to add to your lawn care fleet with new mowers or trimmers, Ego has a wide selection of products to fit every season. Ego also has the powerful wet-dry vacuum and pressure washer to make your cleaning and lawn care a breeze.
We're more than repairs. We're more than mowers. The Lawnmower Hospital.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right, Eddie, have a listen to this. Jerry Reed. This is right up your alley, man. Playlist Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Now look at Eddie just grooving. Is that how you dance? You look like Elaine from Seinfeld.
Minus the legs.
Wow. Old Jerry Reed.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. I like
got
that.
the gold mine. I got the shaft. Text 833-401-1440. Armory Daryl says he'll have ice cold pill at the tailgate 87. Boiled eggs for Eddie. Veggie burgers for Karius. Well, first of all, they've never been ice cold. At tailgate
Warm
87.
pill, you mean?
Not warm. Well, I had it was one of those AGDs. What is it?
Oh, yeah.
What is it? Those Alberta Genuine Draft.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
they're in
pop
a yellow
tops,
can.
where
Yeah,
the top comes off.
he gave me one of those, and it was like I think he had it on the manifold.
Boy, oh boy. And I'm only going to come if you got those hard-boiled eggs sitting in a crock pot all day for me.
KP says Eddie has someone set up his campsite, but then brings the gas station eggs for food.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah. What's a campfire?
Oh. Derek Tech said Marty St. Louis has this team humming. He's pushed some good buttons. There's something happening with this Habs team. They look good. Well, everyone said that after game 4 here too, did they not? And then Buffalo came back. Sorry, game 3.
Yeah.
Buffalo came back to win game 4. So now Montreal looked really good in game 5. I think Buffalo could win game 6 here on Saturday night.
Could.
And it's a game 7.
Here's a stat that is very telling about how in tune St. Louis is with as a coach with his players. They're 4-0 coming off a loss. So they are responding to the losses in the right way, pulling the right strings or pushing the right buttons, and they're figuring out how to overcome, the previous struggles from the game before.
Dobish has more or the same amount of wins on the road for a rookie goaltender as Ken Dryden and Patrick Waugh.
It's cool, man.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Hacksaw texts in, and what do you think about this, Eddie? I responded to him, but I'll get your take. Hacksaw says, "Good morning, ladies. With the uncertainty of whether McDavid is back this fall or next, how would that affect Cassidy's decision?" So you go first, and then I will.
I personally don't think it would affect his decision. It's not like he's sitting there saying, "Oh, Connor's only got a 2-year extension. I'm not coming to coach there."
Mm-hmm.
That's certainly not it. He's trying to win right now.
So that's what I said. I don't think it would. He knows that he's got next year for sure. And if Connor gets traded the next year, well, then you're going to get some pieces back. Paxo says, well, I'm not as confident in that as you if and when McDavid has to be moved. I still don't think Connor's going. I still think he's going to sign another 2-year contract.
Let's live in a world, for example, too, that Connor is gone.
Mm-hmm.
You still have Leon Draisaitl, who is a heck of a player. And you telling me that you don't feel confident that you could still win a championship with Leon and pieces around him?
Yeah.
Let's just live in that world for a moment, because it's a reality that could happen.
Here's one for you, Eddie. Dallas texted in a while back and asked about the Elks and how much they move the needle in town here. And I responded to him, and I'll respond what I said to him, and I'll say, it's a great question, Dallas. I said, unfortunately, it takes a lot to move the needle. Honestly, the name change is still high on the list from people texting in, people that I talk to. I said, I've been covering the team for almost 30 years, and it's coming up there. I said, these last 6 or 7 years have been a gong show. A total gong show. Then I said, so many fans have tuned out. And I said, but I believe in Ed. And I think there's a good chance the franchise can be turned around. I said, but I don't think it'll ever be what it once was either. So
well said, KK.
And Dallas comes back. He goes, I know that the name change really turned people off too. I grew up in the 80s. I cheered for them, for Gizmo, all those guys. I've been to the stadium when it's near capacity. It's a great time. He says, I don't know what they can do to get it back, but I hope they do. It's all about value for dollar, bringing the kids back. Just make it like $1 for a kid to enter or whatever. You can figure out kids. I mean, they've been allowing kids in for free.
Yep.
So there's so many things that I think even Eddie last year, you said, well, it's baby steps too.
Yep, it is.
So
And we've seen the progression. Last year, you could say there was a success to end the year. They didn't make the playoffs. It was the same record as the year before, but it was a brand new staff in place. Started slow, and that's to be expected with a completely new front office, new coaching staff. Now, go on.
Okay, well, and what's the difference between this year and last year?
It's continuity.
No, the situation at quarterback.
Yeah, that too.
That was
absolutely.
How many times? Think about a year ago, last year, Eddie. How many times did we talk about it? Look at the times you and Gregor got into it.
Yeah.
And now look, I think
I was right.
Yes, you were, and I was on your side. And it's not. We're not bashing Gregor.
No.
But it's just it's how you look at things. And now there hasn't been one question about that this year.
And the difference is that leadership. What you have from Cody Fajardo is a quarterback who's a vet, who's in the wide receiver room, helping go over with the routes, helping teach the guys, I want you to be here, have your head looking here at 5 yards, all those little nuances. You just weren't getting that type of leadership with the Trey Ford, because quite honestly, he's just trying to figure out how to be a quarterback still himself. He wasn't ready for it.
Wasn't ready for it. Yeah.
Now, with this team, getting back to the name change, big issue. Absolutely. We all know that. We've beaten that to death. Actually, funny enough, I was at quite an exclusive event a couple of weeks ago with some business people around the community, people within the organization. It was a really neat event, actually, KK. Yeah. And it's so funny. You'd be shocked at how many people still have the slip of Eskimos. Well, even current staffers, like big time slip, like especially when people get going and rah, 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 Eskimos, it just comes flying out because that's what people know. And to be honest, that's what people love.
Well, think about it. And it was last year. Was it last year, Duke, when we were at the table there and it was the kind of intro and we had, or was it 2 years ago? Declan was at our table. You were there.
Two years ago was like the big gala thing. Yeah. Last year was that kind of luncheon brunch thing with the sluice juice.
Yeah,
I was at. Yeah,
this was 2 years ago because it was a night thing, and we were all in.
That was the 75th.
Yeah, 75th.
Yeah,
and the one thing that I'll always take from that, when Chris Morris had his 10-minute speech, he never mentioned the word Elks once.
It's all double E.
Yeah, double E, whatever you want to call it.
There's still the Elks, but no, there's not like even an Elk logo. The only Elk logo you could see around Commonwealth last year, KK, was shadowing of where they took the big elk off, and you could just see shadowing on the brick. There's no Elk logo around there. There's not. It's the double E football team. That's what it is. Maybe I'm speaking too forward and, I'm putting my mouth where it shouldn't, but nobody I talk to in the organization calls themselves the Elks. They're the double E football team.
Exactly.
And they're bringing back some of the old double E culture. And you can see that with the players they're signing. They have made such an intention this year, Kevin, to sign good dudes. Having interviewed about 15 players on Elks Nation, you can tell that these are good human beings. They're not pieces of trash. They're not just up here to play ball. They're up here to actually build relationships in the community. They're up here to actually have a long haul in this organization, in the community. So Ed Hervey, Chris Morris, I trust them too.
Yeah.
Going back to last year too, with some of the momentum, look at the Calgary game that they won at home, Labor Day rematch, 30,000+. They won that. When Saskatchewan came a couple weeks later, 30,000+. They won that. You have those types of games in the bag. You need to now stack on those this year. We talked about Ottawa, how they start the season in Ottawa. Even if you lose that week one, not good.
Don't even know.
No, I understand.
You gotta go in. We're gonna win this
you
game.
You have to.
We gotta buy next week.
Exactly. You know me. You have to win. But with that bye, even if you did lose, it can get forgotten about. But then week 3, that first home game here, that's no ifs, ands, or buts. You have to come out and impress your crowd.
Right. Round number 2 well underway at the PGA Championship. And we had a little, we've been doing, this is our second time here at Sports 1440, where we're doing a little wager. And there's 6 of us in the pool. We get to pick a golfer. I asked Josh Fenwick to look at things up, where things are as far as the leaderboard goes for our 6. Eddie took Colin Morikawa. The Duke had the number 1 pick and took Young, and he's a 2 over right now. Cameron Young. I just saw that right now.
And also, let's just disclaimer, Duke lost at the Masters. Duke had to pay the last one.
Yeah, we went to the Szechuan Castle. So this is going to be an annual, like a ritual for every major. Why did you do something? Did someone make a nice shot there or something? Why did you do a Josh?
No,
Fenwick?
Josh was throwing us because Eddie was like the hummer. I was at a very exclusive event, so Josh threw his arms up like, "Oh, la di da" type thing.
I was wondering what that was.
I didn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, Kevin's looking up at the TV screen, thinks he's missing like a hole in one or something. But he was mocking Eddie.
Shane Lowry went in the water, and I thought, was that maybe
one day, Fenny, you'll get on my level.
Oh yeah,
one day.
Exclusive. So how's everyone doing here? Duke, your guy Cam Young's at +2.
Your guy Ludwig Oberg at +2. Morikawa, we believe, is at even. Last we checked. And then Rory is also at even.
And Rory's at even.
Oh, he came back, huh?
At even? Yeah, because he's
not
shooting
even.
+3 today, isn't he?
No. He shot it. He was 4
He
over.
was over yesterday.
Oh, my apologies.
+4. He hasn't teed off yet.
Yeah, he hasn't.
All right, shout out. Anyways, but then my guy,
Victor
Hovland.
What's he at?
+6.
Oh man! So if you don't make the cut, this little
this ends immediately.
What if several guys miss the cut?
It's still the score according to
guess.
Danny.
Okay.
Last I checked, I thought it was the score.
Okay.
I thought that's the way we.
All I know
worked
is I'm
this whole
safe.
thing.
I'm safe, baby.
Well, the cut's
For
going to be
now.
+2 for now.
No, I'm safe. I don't need to win this tourney, but Colin Malcora.
How bad would? So okay, Schlemmer's made. I don't know. Good coin. Over
I'm
the
seeing the
years.
projected cut as +3, like +2 as of right now will get you to the rest of the weekend.
You can certainly Google and see how
Okay.
much David Schlemko's made.
Whatever. Eddie, you're doing well for yourself. SKS, he's doing well.
He's
for
doing
himself.
well.
There's the Duke, just getting out in the world, and Benny Fenwick really just getting out the world. And these guys are
Getting
coming
hit
out of the
with it.
hopper. Yeah. The tab over here, please.
Well, listen. I won't speak for Josh here, but if you can't pony up, then don't play.
But
That-
Duke,
that's
you
what
had
I
a
said.
good run
I
on
agree.
all your bets, and you said, "Okay."
Yeah, and then I just
True.
lose it all and paying everybody's.
The key to all this, though, Kevin, is even if you're in Fenny's situation, you just no-show. You never have to pay for it. That's how Eddie would get away with it.
Well, that's not what's going to happen here. That being said, if I am the one to lose, I obviously did not make it to the Szechuan Castle last time.
Yeah.
You guys are going to have to go by my schedule because I will not be leaving at noon or whatever to go and do the Szechuan.
1 o'clock.
No, I still work, Kevin. I work
don't-
longer
well,
than you do.
But just kind of.
You got to figure that out, Fenny.
no,
could
no,
be
I
a
don't.
supper.
I don't think I do. If
Ooh,
you
I
guys
bet
want
they
your
bring out
Chinese
It
food,
could be supper. They bet they bring
Oh,
out a
boy.
bigger spread for
I
supper.
bet they do.
Oh, nice
And
supper.
it's more expensive.
Probably 35.
Probably
ahead.
more expensive. Yeah.
That is outstanding. Oh, that is outstanding. Here's one from IMAC. Baseball enrollment is up in Edmonton 27% this year. Since the Jays have become a watchable team with wins, characters, the game has seen increased interest. You start with a name, then promote the game properly, and you'll see a change. May not be to the 80s, but something financially viable and fun to watch because they've been losing money. The ownership, no one likes losing money. But they were bleeding when they were community owned. They were bleeding themselves dry. It's a little different now, obviously, with
Did you play ball growing up, KK?
baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about getting Jackson. I missed the cutoff
Oh,
this year.
yeah, no,
he's 9, but he'll be 10 next year. Obviously, I want to get him in some ball.
I like playing ball probably more than hockey.
Yeah, I've been playing with him outside actually.
And that's, I don't know why, but it's like even little things like you talk about when you're watching a game and coach and you're saying, okay, well, I would have done that. I would have, how about this? How about that? And I'm bringing Chris Knobloch and every coach into this. Hockey is so fast. You can implement whatever you want. And this structure, this philosophy, this is how we're going to do the PK. This is how we're going to do the power play. The game is so fast out of all the 4 major sports. Hockey is the least amount where coaching comes into play.
It's true.
The
And
least.
there's so much broken plays too, right?
It's all it is.
It's all broken plays.
But okay, football, 7 seconds. Okay, let's regroup. Let's look
Totally.
at our play sheet. We got 40 seconds.
Yep. You
to
can
have a look.
scheme a little bit,
Everything.
get a guy in a good position.
Baseball, between pitches, innings, outs.
So much strategy.
You've got NBA. Oh, let's call another
Yeah,
timeout.
right.
It doesn't
Even
work that way.
NBA, you're in your half court set and you're directing, moving guys around.
Yeah.
In hockey, really, the only time you're getting a set play is coming off a face off. What's so funny?
This is a great cut to the Duke. Like, this is a massive cut to the Duke. Matt says, hey, Eddie, if you get your son into ball, make sure you get him a good knee brace. We got to go on that one. When we come back, in or out with Eddie Steele, Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. Oh.
Summer in Alberta means baseball debates.
Okay, best ballpark snack. Gotta be popcorn.
Nah, it's nachos, hands down.
Nah, you're both wrong. It's mini donuts. But when it comes to beef jerky, there's no argument.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky.
The only snack every fan agrees on. Grab some for your next ballpark outing.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky. Because you don't win games with salad. Only available in Leduc.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection? Incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Do you have neck or back pain? Ever go for treatment hoping for a simple fix only to realize your stubborn spine is basically a science project with attitude? Hey, we get it. And honestly, we're a little sorry because great rehab does take proper experimenting. But at Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we don't just toss exercises into the beaker and hope it doesn't explode. We start with the right diagnosis, then mix hands-on care, precise manual therapy, and evidence-based technology. The formula your body actually needs. Science and skill with gratitude, not attitude. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC.
No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Jason Greger isn't just a sports guy. He's a community builder with over 3 million raised for local charities. And his Greger Foundation, he's making a difference on and off the air. Check out Greger weekday afternoons on Sports 1440.
Think a quality golf cart is out of your budget? Think again. At the Golf Cart People, we have a fantastic selection of fully inspected, pre-owned carts starting at just $4,500. Choose from gas, electric, or lithium-ion power to fit your lifestyle. And the best part, every used cart comes with a 1-year warranty for total peace of mind. Why wait? Get the cart you've always wanted today. Visit the Golf Cart People. Find out more at golfcartpeople.com.
Are you overwhelmed by debt and getting nonstop calls from creditors? It can feel like there's no escape. Debt doesn't have to be a life sentence. A single call can turn things around. My name is Parveen Middleton. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO right here in Edmonton. I can help you become debt-free with a solution just for you. Let's put an end to those calls from creditors together. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
You need freedom on the job site to get your work done. Carhartt's extensive line of rugged flex pants are engineered to move and stretch with you throughout the day. So whatever you're doing isn't held back by lack of mobility. Find the largest selection of Carhartt Rugged Flex at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations and online at jobsiteworkwear.ca.
Job site workwear, tough for tough jobs.
What if you could hire motivated, safety-trained youth with no risk and funding to support you? At Careers The Next Generation, we make hiring easy with funded internships across Alberta in trades, IT, forestry, and more. Interns are WCB covered, complete high school accredited safety trained, and arrive ready to contribute from day one. With 42% of RAP students completing their apprenticeship by age 22, you get skilled workers faster. Spots are filling up. Visit careersnextgen.ca today.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
Wow, Eddie's little request here. And who is this for Playlist Friday, Eddie?
TI.
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 What does that stand for?
I don't even know, to be honest. Just an Atlanta rapper. He's old.
Rapper.
Yeah.
TI reminds me of the sometime anthem singer down at Rogers. Tia. they call
Oh,
her.
yeah,
Tia
yeah.
G.
Tia.
But it looks like TG. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. They call TIP.
TI. So
Yeah.
what are they old, new?
No, he's old. He's old. Yeah, he would have been early
That was
2000s.
a poor request. I mean, it was awful.
Better than oh man, I'm having a how does it go? Your
What?
song at the
Little
end
bit
there?
south of Saskatoon.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Sunny Jane.
I love that song though on Friday.
Well, I know because that means I get like 10 minutes of work.
Yeah,
left.
you're out of here.
Race to the 11 o'clock hour. Time now for In or Out, brought to you by Pro Solutions. If you need fast AC service, Pro Solutions offers expert repairs, tune-ups, even the installs with flexible financing. You can't beat that. Book your appointment now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
Oh, beautiful. As we see another Cam Young missed shot for the Duke at the PGA Championship. All right, Duke, let her buck.
Yeah, not looking super ideal down outside of Philadelphia. But the Edmonton Oilers, they're officially on the hunt for their 24th head coach in franchise history. That includes the 7 from the WHA days as well. Whoever that may end up being, of course, Bruce Cassidy is the name circled. We touched on that yesterday. I'm going to put a little prediction on the timeline we're looking at here. I do not anticipate a coach being named for at least the next 10 days.
So you're going to say Vegas is going to continue to drag their heels, dude?
Between that and the team at least putting on the face of due diligence and
that's gone.
Interviewing other candidates or exploring other candidates. I don't think this is going to be something that is suddenly on our table Tuesday morning returning from the long weekend.
I wouldn't say Tuesday, but I'm going to go under. Well, okay, as soon as you get the tweet out from Elliot Friedman or whomever, I'll say it's within a week of that. So
I'm going to be out. 10 days is a long time.
Yeah.
Even from now, think of 10 days. Are we going to be in this, state of unknown for 10 days around this organization?
You have to wait for the first shoe to drop, and that's Vegas saying you have permission to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when Vegas does that, and there's one dude out in LA saying that he's already talked to LA.
Yeah, I heard
and
that.
everyone else is going, no, it hasn't happened. And this guy's, no, I'll stand on it, blah, blah, blah. But you got to wait for that. And as soon as that happens, it's going to be, if Toronto's interested in him, and Toronto's going to go, here's $6 million.
Whatever Edmonton,
and
here's a
whatever the
couple
number
more.
is, here it is. We'll give you the same. You want another year, whatever, doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Because obviously this is the guy they want, or else it had never. What we saw this week would have never happened.
Yeah, if we sit in this moment for another 10 days, that's just hard for me to fathom, but it's a reality. If Vegas wants to stick it to them, they could, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, I could see Vegas dragging this a little bit more. For what purpose? I'm really not too sure at this stage. Because I'll be honest, like Spec said, I don't envision LA or Toronto as legitimate, viable landing spots for Cassidy because of his own comments and his own preference on destination in the sense of competing for a Stanley Cup in the immediate future, right? As soon as he lands on the job, that should be the number one expectation for the group. That's obviously the case here in Edmonton, and it is not. So, I mean, they might tell themselves that in LA and Toronto, even with the Leafs holding the number 1 overall pick and maybe a little bit of transition here. I just think like he'll land here, but I don't expect it to be in any very short order of operations. Last night, Vegas Golden Knights punched their ticket through to the Western Conference Final. 3 of the final 4 teams have now been decided. Montreal 1 win away after their victory last night. Game 6 will go Saturday against the Buffalo Sabres from Montreal. Kevin, we've been kind of tiptoeing around a little bit for the past number of weeks. I think we're about as close to the official, unofficial, I'm not sure how to dictate it, halfway point of the playoffs as we're approaching the start of the conference finals. First ballot of Conn Smythe voting for us in studio. I think Mitch Marner and what he's accomplished for Vegas so far this postseason, leading the playoffs in scoring and really playing some hero puck for the Vegas Golden Knights. I think he sits atop the list.
I can't disagree with you here, Duke. How about Brett Howden, 8 goals? Dorf Hibbs got 9.
Wow.
You know, but Howden, I think Jim Matheson had something comparing him to Fernando Pisani 20 years ago. And I think, does he have 3 shorthanded goals, Duke Howden?
I think, well, the team has 3. I think he at least has 2 of them.
He's got 2. Yeah.
I'll try and fact check that here quickly.
Anyway, yeah, I can't disagree with Marner. I mean, showing the way. I think if you were to wait, Duke, after
all 3, 3 shorthanded goals for Brett Howden. You're right,
all
Kev.
3. I think that's a record already here. It's tied for a record.
Wow.
It's tied for a record. It's so hard to look at Freddie Anderson. Like, his goals against is microscopic. Do you wait and see if Montreal closes that series out and Dobish is the guy? Because it's always the leading scorer or the goaltender. So I'll go in, Duke, right now that it's Marner. So
yeah, I'll be with you, KK.
he's got
I'll be
7 goals too.
Yeah, lots of points, leading the playoffs in points. And for Marner, he's rewriting the narrative about him, right? So that's a huge monkey off his back, because in past we've heard about this player, playoffs show up, he disappears. That's not the case.
You know, if you were looking at, say, top 4 right now, it's Marner, it's Anderson, and Dobish. And if, to be honest with you, if you're going to throw a number 4 in there, it wouldn't be outlandish to say it's Lane Hudson.
You don't think Nate McKinnon
I was going to say
any
Nate,
consideration?
Nate Mac.
Because if and I've been pumping the tires of the Hurricanes, and particularly Anderson going back all the way through, and I'm there for it. But it's almost just the sense of like we're always so top of mind. Hurricanes haven't played in a week again. We're almost kind of putting them on the back burner and forgetting about them. Anderson's certainly the front runner for the Hurricanes team, but I would probably say Nate McKinnon is probably my number 2.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I kind of forgot about him.
So, I understand the thought process on the fact that Avalanche are going to steamroll Vegas. I was really impressed with Vegas, and Spec touched on this, how they slowed down Anaheim in this series and made it really difficult to get to the inside. Just defensively, it was a clinic for the most part. They gave up shots, but they were all from the outside, not a ton of high danger stuff. Hart played much better in round 2 than he did in the opener. And if Cale Makar is banged up, or to really any extent, how much of an impact is that going to have on Colorado's chances? Their goaltending's been a little bit in flux here. I'm not ready to totally rule out Vegas in this series just based on the most recent sample of each team's play that we've seen. On to number 3, NFL schedule for the 2026 is officially out in its entirety after yesterday's drop. We know every single game, where and what day is going to be played. As usual, the focus is on each team's social media video, dropping their respective slates. And we've talked about this in the past. You know, it's kind of jumped the shark a little bit. We're over all this. I'm here for it. I'm still in on that conversation, but the Detroit Lions went simple. Dan Campbell walking out of his office, putting a safety pin of it into the corkboard. I like that a lot. But there were some creativity or creative ones, teams going off the board a little bit. I think the best one this time around was the Raiders and their Fernando Mendoza, Kirk Cousins stepbrothers spoof of their schedule drop.
Sure. I didn't watch it all.
Did you see many of them, Kev, or at least a snippet of each?
I watched a little bit of this one because it popped up, and then the other one, I'm going to be honest with you, I tried to watch it, Duke, and I couldn't find, because it was the Chargers, and they said they were poking fun at Rossini and Rabel.
Yeah,
but I didn't see anything in there that
I missing? The Chargers, they're always they're
creative.
They're the standard, right? The bar that everyone else kind of almost is chasing and has been for a number of years. Theirs was all Halo themed this year.
I saw that.
If you're familiar with that, Kevin, the video game. So a lot of the Chargers jokes and shots of their teams come in the subtle variety. It's not like the glaring obvious. It's not going to have a thing on the middle of the screen saying, here's Mike
So what
Vrabel.
did they do?
It was essentially in the middle of their gate, like the thing where they're saying when they play the Patriots, a little sidebar, like a notification comes from the screen saying like, you have a message from the New York Post. So it's super subtle. It's a lot of their stuff is very lowbrow, very under the radar. Because if I recall last year, I can't even remember the exact context, but for their game against the Vikings, it inside the Minnesota building or whatever, it had all the Minnesota teams like banners of second round exit, wild card exit, all those things, because the Minnesota sports franchises are maybe the most tortured of any across the Big Four. So I just thought the Vegas one was funny. It was straightforward. You didn't have to be looking at all the background stuff and zoomed in to get all the jokes, as is the case with the Chargers. Their creativity is great. But yeah, I just had a good laugh, nice and simple with what the Raiders did.
Yeah, I'll be in with this just because it was pretty funny what Vegas did. Both Mendoza and Kirk Cousins, they're both goody two shoes, right? Both
they're like carbon copies of each other.
Exactly. So yeah, that worked out well. The photo that they have with Mendoza and his hand on Kirk
on the
Cousins,
shoulder,
and
them sitting in the film room watching Ashton Genty's rookie tape and things like that. I thought it was very, very well done. There were plenty of good ones. The Titans went back to man on the street format, just finding quote unquote lookalikes of people from their entire schedule. The one old guy that they're like, hey, are you Jerry Jones? And it's this British guy. He has no idea what's going on out on Broadway. So very, very, very good work done by a number of teams across the board. PGA Championship underway, round number 2 rolling on from Aronimink Golf Club outside of Philadelphia. The news, I thought the biggest news of yesterday's opening round was Garrick Higgo, the South African, showing up late to his tee time and assessed a 2-stroke penalty. He would have been tied for the lead. He shot 1 under officially, but that is with the 2-stroke tacked on. Obviously 3 under is what he actually shot. So after defending himself, he took to the podium post round and said, a little bit convoluted, saying like, yeah, I was on time, but was late because it's to the second apparently. So by showing up 30 seconds after the official minute he was scheduled, he's late. I'm sorry. This is a major championship. There's no plausible way to take his side in this incident.
100%.
You can't.
Yeah.
This doesn't make sense either.
This isn't me hopping in the truck and driving as quick as I can up to Sandpiper after the show ends to make my 12:16 tee off time. When I'm meeting Eddie there, putting my shoes on as I'm parking the truck to run up to the clubhouse and get checked in. This is the PGA Championship.
You imagine if he would have come out and said, how stupid am I? I could be tied for the lead right now.
Right?
But
Just
because
owned
of a dumb mistake, and hey, I'll get it. I was like a couple seconds late. Late's late. And I just wonder if it were someone else, like if it was a Rory or if it was,
there would have been a little more grace.
Scheffler.
Probably.
Like if it was, I don't know, is it 5 seconds, Duke? He was later. Whatever it was. I'm wondering
call it 30 seconds.
Yeah, if we're getting to a minute, whatever. But if it were one of those guys, I wonder what would have happened.
I bet there could be a little grace.
Yeah.
You never know.
Now the other thing too, and if you watch a lot of golf, and I think you do, Eddie, and Duke does, obviously. If you're going to be stickler for that, and it's all about time, and these are not comparable things. Well, let's put the clock on a lot of these guys that are on the course at certain times, whether it be in the fairway, waiting around, looking,
examining
2 minutes for a putt.
Yeah.
All this stuff.
100%.
And if you're not, these guys, they're not like us looking for balls and stuff like that. You should be able to get around here in 4 hours easy, man.
And walking up to that ball, you should be knowing your distance, what club you're pulling.
Yeah,
you should be calculating.
Like if you're gonna have it that way, but I'm in Duke. Yeah, this guy, he had a chance to really come out with everyone going, "Wow, that's awesome that you owned up to it and said, I could be leading this tied for the lead for this tournament."
Yeah, just full ownership of it. That's a good answer.
Give the guy credit too. So he gets there and he's already hitting 3 off the tee. Give him credit that he somehow didn't fold.
Yeah, that he managed to keep it together.
Absolutely, but I just how do you get up there and try and justify what happened?
You can't, especially having been at the course probably for 3 hours before.
Yeah, like you're like unless he's having a Lamar Jackson situation, he's trapped on the can or something coming out after he's done hitting some practice putts and he's all of a sudden running over, getting his belt done up over the tee. I just don't understand how this could happen. So is it on him? Is it on his caddy or the rest of his whatever team? This isn't a huge name guy, so I doubt he's got a whole entourage of people shuttling him around or whatever.
I wonder if he would have said, like, listen, I had something didn't sit well with me and I couldn't get off the throne like Eddie.
Kind of like me at 8:55. See ya.
Yeah. So interesting fall, and we'll see how he manages the rest of the weekend. Finally, today is Shades Day. You would think this perfectly lines up with the May long weekend as a spring in full swing. Get the sunnies on, cruising around, heading out to the campsite, golf course, wherever. But unfortunately, not the case this weekend as the weather is not looking particularly ideal. Listen, sunglasses, the fashion with them have changed a ton over time. The things I see some people wear out on the red carpet or celebrities these days, I just don't understand how anybody thinks that looks cool or good. But that's the case with many fashion things. I'm far from an expert on the topic. But I just think the classic Ray-Ban square style, I think they're technically called a Wayfarer, is the official name for them. I still think that they are the best.
Is that like the best Tom Cruise in Risky Business?
Like a pilot, like pilot?
No,
shape?
not aviators.
Aviators,
not aviators. It's kind of like the square lens style.
We'll tell it in a second. But no, Duke, I'm 100% out. You know, on this program, it's Maui Gyms and Maui Gyms only.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not saying they have to be Ray-Ban brand.
Style
I'm just saying that
matter.
style.
The Maui Gyms and Maui
spoken
Gyms
like my
only.
father-in-law.
The square frame.
Dr. Scott Chopper Lopatinsky. So it's the Maui Gym. And I think they got the same style as what you're calling your brand, but no.
Maui Gyms are pretty nice,
I'd
actually.
probably be going with the Aviator.
I'm an Aviator guy too.
Duke, you got the Aviators now. You used to have the dark.
I got both. I got a kind of pair of each. The square frame. I got a pair of Aviators.
Were you wearing your glasses when you had your little tumble in the outfield?
Yeah.
Oh boy!
Well, maybe get a pair of Maui Gyms. You'd be able to see everything more clearly.
Did they fall off?
No.
Did you scream?
No. As I laid there in the grass, and all of a sudden the rest of my teammates circled around me, I'm just laying there and it was like,
once you got to the bench,
and then they're just like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "No." I was like, "This is not good. It's not good."
Once you got to the bench, was the first thing you did crack a beer?
Yeah.
So I have
because I got them because my cooler was over behind the kind of bleacher area with my bag. I was like, "Can someone bring that over here for me?" So I pulled a beer, but then I also have like these little ice packs in it. So I just pulled a couple of those out and tried to tuck them in underneath behind the knee as I was sitting there as well.
So a couple of months ago, my knee was a little jacked up. I was running on the treadmill and it was really hurting. The one that I had major surgery on, my patella tendon. After a school drop in the morning, I dropped my daughter off at kindergarten and I slipped on ice in front of all the parents and I fell so hard in front of all these parents. And I got up, did the walk of shame, toughed it out. And I limped back to my car. When I got in my car, I just started crying in my car. Like, honestly, I got to my car. The pain was so bad, but I didn't want to show it. I just got to my car and just cried, man. Straight up. It was crazy. Last question.
That is the last question.
Is that it?
But here's a great text, Eddie, from Matt and Leduc when we were talking about Garrick Hegel. Scotty Scheffler got arrested, went to jail, and still made his tee time.
I was going to bring that up,
I forgot
actually.
about that,
I was going to, didn't Scotty get arrested?
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a little grace for depending on who you are.
Bad Talk says he was on the putting green. His caddy was waiting on the tee for him. I thought that's incorrect. Bad Talk says caddy was putting away his TrackMan.
Nonetheless,
whatever he said in an interview that he likes getting to the tee almost at the last second. Well, do you think a minute is going to matter?
No.
Come on now.
Costly, man. Costly.
Well, how about my brother? Text in.
No, everybody's just taking shots at
my
me.
brother texts in. Countrymen don't wear shades, Duke.
That is actually true.
Are you wearing pink shorts now too?
I actually don't think I'm not sure I've ever seen my dad wear a pair of sunglasses, but I didn't used to. And then after a few too many whacks on the head, my eyes are
now
very, very light sensitive, especially when driving.
all the Cowboys now after Yellowstone, they think they're Costner and Rip and all that.
I think they're all hard.
Hey, today is the drop of what is it with Rip and Kelly?
When they move, they don't even live in Yellowstone anymore.
Oh, there's what's it
the
called?
ranch is somewhere else.
Yeah.
And this is just from the trailers that I've seen.
It's called the Dutton Ranch.
It's called Dutton Ranch. Yeah.
Wow. Eddie will be watching that with Steph tonight.
I'll check it out.
So are you heading over for a little Elks Nation?
Yeah, going to go down, shoot the pod with Declan.
And
we have no players we're interviewing today.
And I mean, I told you this, Eddie, because we talked about it on the phone. Well, all the practice has been moved up so early that I can't get down there in time. There was one day this week.
It's weird this year. The whole camp system is weird. No rookie camp, and the vets are in. Practice times are weird.
Mm-hmm.
But Fan Day will be big on Monday.
It will be. You'll be there. Go down, see Eddie. Bring something from gas station, and he'll heat it up in his microwave out there for you.
I'll be there.
Have a great weekend, Eddie.
All right.
Great long weekend. That was In or Out 2 brought to you by Pro Solutions. Check them out at prosolutionsinc.ca. And we got a busy 9 o'clock hour, do we not? We're going to check in with Fernando Pisani at 9:20. We'll have an edition of Cam and Eggs here quickly. Cheryl Pounder at 9:40, the Olympic gold medalist. And then Gary Meyer golfing with the G-Men. Well, we're going to have Lisa Vlusic, Canadian long drive champion. Her son's playing Game 5 at the Western Hockey League final to go to the Memorial Cup. A win gets Everett in. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update. Brought to you by Fusion Promo Marketing. Expand your brand. High-quality promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. Get noticed at fusionpromomarketing.ca. That's Fusion with a Z. Here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
Stanley Cup playoff action last night. The Montreal Canadiens doubled up on the Sabres 6-3 to move within one win of advancing through the Eastern Conference Final. They now lead that best of 7, 3-2. In the nightcap, Vegas, they punched their ticket through to the West Final with a 5-1 win over Anaheim and take the series in 6 games. PWHL Walter Cup Finals kicked off last night. Montreal takes game number 1, 3-2 victors over Ottawa in overtime. IIHF World Championships are underway from Switzerland, Canada. First game, currently leading Sweden 2-0. Finland is up on Germany 1-0. And still to come today, Switzerland will play the United States, and the Czechs will take on Denmark. In the majors yesterday, Seattle beat Houston 8-3. The Mets get past Detroit 9-4. Milwaukee beat San Diego 7-1. And in the nightcap, the Dodgers top San Francisco 5-2. Players Championship round number 2 continuing from outside Philadelphia. Currently atop the leaderboard, Alex Molly, Aldrich Paltgeider, Steven Jagger, and Min-Woo Lee, as well as Rio Hisetsune, all tied at 3 under atop the leaderboard. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by former NHLer Fernando Pisani, as well as Olympic gold medalist and PWHL analyst Cheryl Pounder. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. It feels good to know your fund goes further at home. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Say hello to your new favorite drinks. Introducing new McCafe Refreshers. Icy cool, undeniably refreshing, and available in 3 flavors. Strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, and blackberry passion fruit. Only at McDonald's.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440. Don't let equipment failure stop you cold. At AWS Welding in Nisku, our factory-trained service techs are on hand for all welding equipment repairs. We're a fully warranted center for Miller, Lincoln, and ESAB. And we service all makes and models. Proper, regular service extends the life of your gear and keeps it running at peak capacity. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your service appointment today at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
The Lawnmower Hospital.
Contractors, spring cleanup is coming. It's time to get your lawnmowers, aerators, power rakes, lawn vacs, and more serviced at the Lawnmower Hospital. Hey, the longer you wait, the longer you'll have to wait in line later. Their service department gets crazy busy as the season rolls on, so get in now while it's calm. For quick service on top brands like Bluebird, Ryan Turf, Husqvarna, and more, check out lawnmowerhosp.com.
The Lawnmower Hospital.
Your game, your station. Sports 1440.
And watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Wow, what a song, Duke. From the request line. Who requested that? Do you remember? Georgie? Have you ever seen him, Duke?
I haven't, no. My mom has.
Really? Where? Was it in Vegas?
Vegas, I think. Yeah. He's my mom's all-time favorite.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course. Like you can't find a more handsome guy.
Well, yeah, I think that played a pretty big role in it. To go with the whatever what was his final tally, 60 number ones or something. And then it was funny because when he'd be on the award shows in his later years and he was still pumping out number one hits, we would always give my mom a hard time because it'd be like, oh, he's gonna need a walker to get up those steps pretty soon to go accept his millionth CMA award for album of the year.
It is, yeah. And then he was in Pure Country. Man, I love that movie. Great movie. Time now for the Friday edition of Cam and Eggs from Cam Tate. And Cam sent me this, and I do the Friday reading for him, and it's in teleprompter mode, so hopefully we can get through this. It's a cold read. Cam and Eggs, order number 28, Friends on Friday, part 3 of 4. If you have been listening for the last few weeks, and God bless you, you'll know we've been talking about Little League baseball coaches I had when I was a mascot. Today, we're going to introduce you to Brian Wilkes. 1972, Village Esso in South Jasper Place. Brian knew I was interested in base coaching. Came up with a pretty cool idea. I sat in the buggy right beside Brian. Brian told the team to look at me for all the base signals. Brian went through all the garbage signals and softly said, bunt or steal. I tipped my cap for the bunt, hit my elbow for steal. On the first steal, I was so excited I must have hit my elbow 500 times. Cam, Brian whispered. Don't write him a letter. We went on to win the championship. After the game, the other manager wanted to protest the win. You had the crippled kid giving signals, he said. Brian smiled, a championship smile. Cam's a big part of our team, he said. I'll never forget that. Next week, learning to compete. The Cease Papke way. That's Cam and Eggs. Order number 28. Thanks, Tater. Nothing better than Little League baseball and little kids playing baseball when you're 8, 9, 10 years old. And, oh, man, that would have been exciting for Cam. Just watching Colin Morikawa, Eddie's boy, try for a long birdie. He's at even par right now. Playing I think he started on the back 9, but he's on 1 at the Players' Championship at Aronimink. And we'll be talking a lot about that with Gary Meyer. Golfing with the G-Man at 10 o'clock. Get his thoughts on Garrett Higo and everything like that. Text 833-401-1440. Nail says, good thing Duke had lots of painkiller juice in him when he took his tumble.
That's kind of been the running bit here. I wish that was the case. It was only the second inning.
Mm-hmm.
I was just still getting warmed up. I hadn't even finished my first beer yet. And here's the weird thing, Kevin.
Wow.
Normally, and this is maybe, some might consider this a faux pas, but when I'm playing out in the field, I take my beer with me. And like I'll set it in the grass.
Come on.
I'm not holding it in my hand, right? While the play's going, but I set it in the grass. I didn't this time.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot it on the bench when I went out. And maybe that played a role. Something was just off in my routine, right? Something was amiss.
MTR says, hoping for the best, Duke. This was supposed to be the summer of Duke.
It really was.
It's a sad.
It really was.
Could be a sad. What about even helping out at the farm?
Well, I'm gonna have to send a pretty hard text message to both my sister and my dad this afternoon.
Oh, they know all about it already.
They do listen. No one from my family's reached out, so maybe they haven't caught it when we've been talking about it. But because my plan was to go, my original plan, golf tomorrow morning in Ponoka on my way down, head to the farm, spend a couple days there helping out with a few things, then golf in Ponoka again on Monday on my drive back to the city, since I am a member there this summer. Paid in full. Looking like a great investment on my behalf right now.
You know what, Duke, they'll honor it. What they'll do is they'll say, you know what, we'll just put it for next year.
There's a good chance. I think that would be a possibility. But like, I'm not going to cross that bridge until have a hard line that I know I'm going to be out of commission for the entirety of the summer or a good chunk of it, whatever the case. But since I can't golf tomorrow now, I'm going to hang around. And since Josh is out of town for the weekend, I'm going to produce Hoop City for Paul.
Oh, wow.
Hope he doesn't ask me too many basketball questions, far from my area of expertise.
You know, this would have been a greater story, Duke, if you would have said someone on the opposition team kind of did the Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan thing
whacked
to you.
me in the parking lot.
You know, like if you would have come up with something like that instead of just falling in the outfield over the beer that you set.
No, Kevin, this is classic you. You love twisting my own stories and just straight out lying. I do while we're just on it still, and I know nobody cares, but I did want to give some credit and shout out to the team we were playing, because it was a close game all game long. And so in the top of the third, it might have even been the fourth, because how the batting order went, came up to me in the order again. I'd already batted once. And in real baseball, like we didn't have anybody to sub in, where everybody's already on the roster in the lineup. It should be an automatic out because I can't take my at bat, right? And they said, hey, listen, we understand, just cross you off the score sheet. You can just essentially exit from the game. So we didn't have to take an automatic out every time I came up, which proved consequential because it came down to the bottom of seventh and they walked it off against us for the Tropics to start the season 0-1-1. Not ideal.
Tough.
Not ideal.
Tough. We're going to talk a little hockey here with Fernando Pisani. A couple of things we'll address. His son getting ready for game number 5 tonight. Jackson, another son, Tio, playing and getting ready. I think he's, what is he, Tio, 19 or something like that, I think now. Man, time flies. Also, it's 20 years ago when Fernando went on what was an incredible run. And man, he had this city going 20 years ago, did he not? With those 14 goals in the playoffs and that shorthanded goal in Game 5. Wow. That's coming up right after the break. Fernando Pisani on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Getting your vehicle sparkling clean doesn't have to cost a fortune. Take it into Hughes today and pay just loonies a wash.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
This jersey was worn by the legend himself, signed and everything. You can't just wear it. I'm framing it with expressions and images.
Your prized jersey deserves better than the closet. Think Expressions and Images, your local custom framer since 91. You name it, we frame it.
Good to go.
With Mortgages to Go, you'll be good to go. MortgagesToGo.ca says yes when the banks say no. That's why Alberta has trusted Mortgages to Go for over 23 years. If you need cash and have equity in your home, you're approved instantly, guaranteed. Call 1-888-888-5998. That's 1-888-888-5998. With Mortgages to Go, you'll say, good to go.
May brings more of what you're looking for at Wolf GMC Buick. The selection, never better. The savings up to $12,000 when you combine cash discounts on your new 2026 Sierra 1500 pickup. Up to $1,750 in cash rebates on remaining 2025 Terrain SUVs. Plus 0% financing up to 72 months on most models. And ask about the truck trade-in bonus of up to $1,500 on select new in-stock Sierra 1500s.
Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Mr. Rooter gets attacked by a Canada goose.
Oh, look at that. Another on-time arrival. Nothing stops Mr. Rooter from plumbing on schedule.
You gotta be kidding me. Hello, Mr. Goose. I'm Mr. Rooter. Okay, this is what you train for. Through rain, sleet, or goose, the pipes get fixed.
For a plumber who does whatever it takes, Mr. Rooter.
Divorce is never easy, but Fairway Divorce Solutions can help.
Their clear step-by-step process addressed all our issues, and we moved through the process quickly.
Fairway didn't take sides. They saved us money and heartache.
My ex, the kids, and I feel like we'll all be okay.
At Fairway Divorce Solutions, trained mediators and in-house lawyers will move your divorce process forward in a professional and efficient manner to achieve a fair resolution and separation agreement. Visit fairwaydivorce.com.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
Summer is calling. Is your vehicle ready for the road trip? Get ready for the season at Nisku Ford with offers that turn up the heat. Right now, you choose how you save. Finance your new vehicle with rates as low as 0%. Or choose massive cash rebates as high as $12,500. Whether you're hauling the boat or packing up the family, we have the Ford you need for your summer adventures. Start your summer upgrade at niskuford.ca. Nisku Ford, above expectations.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 9:21 in Edmonton, and time now for the headliner of the day. Brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. The only team you want in your corner when things get messy. For all your plumbing needs, you go to mrrooter.ca as we welcome back Fernando Pisani to the show. Good morning, Fernie. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. How you doing?
Good. Are you on your way to PA yet or just close to going?
Not yet. In probably about an hour or so, I'll make my way out there.
So you were there for the first two games. You decided to come. You obviously had reason to come back, or you would have stayed out there.
Yeah, well, my older boy just came back, so I haven't seen him in a while. So I wanted to come back and say hi to him, and then turn around and make the journey back to PA.
Wow, is Teo good? So you're talking about Teo? Is he going to head?
Teo, yeah.
Yeah, is he going to head back? Is he going to go with you tonight to watch this one? Oh, great.
Yeah, he's going to come down with us and make the trek to lovely PA.
Oh, for sure. Fernie, I don't know if you knew this, but I used to work there 30 years ago.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, it wasn't even called the Art Hauser Arena at that point, but it's the same building and everything. I mean, you must have just maybe touch on the atmosphere in there for the first two games.
Yeah, it was. I've never been before, so it was definitely interesting going into the rink. It's not a big rink, but the atmosphere was electric. It was pretty cool. The fans all singing the national anthem, and it holds, I think, 32,99, but I'm sure there was a lot more more packed in there. They had the standing room, and people are lined up, an hour and a half before to get a good spot in the standing room only. So it was definitely a really cool atmosphere for the boys to play in, for sure.
That's one of those things where, as you said, it's 3,300, but the guy that's not working that day in PA, the fire marshal, he's going, I don't know what's going on tonight. So
yeah, there probably was maybe 4,000 people there, but I think for the sake of the fire department, there was $32.99.
Yeah, $32.99 exactly. So so obviously Jackson on the team, a young defenseman. Before we get to him, and just to stay on the crowd thing, how does it work for like family and to get tickets and stuff? Because there has to be an allotment for all the silver tips parents and things like that.
Yeah, I think the allotment's about 100 tickets for the family. So they've been really good at accommodating and helping out there. So I think each family gets about four 4 tickets each, and some that are closer by. Obviously, we'll grab a bunch more, but for the most part, yeah, it's been really good. And I don't like to sit in the seats. I like to just stand and kind of lurk from above and watch and kind of sit on my own. So, but yeah, like I said, the atmosphere was electric. The last game, I don't know if you watched, it was a couple disallowed goals. So it got a little bit rowdy and hectic in there, but yeah, it was definitely a really cool environment for those boys to play in, for sure.
I watched them both on TV, and I enjoyed them almost as much, Fernando, than maybe even more than watching some of the Stanley Cup games, because the players play so hard. And you mentioned you sort of lurked around. How nervous are you watching? What kind of hockey dad are you compared? And I'm sure you're way more nervous, as all the hockey dads say, than when they were playing.
Yeah, 100%. Like when you played, at least you controlled some of it. And then when you're playing, you just play. You don't really, think about it too much. Leading up to the game you do, but then once you step on the ice, you just kind of, do what you've always done. But, being a dad and watching your, I'm definitely nervous for him. You want them to succeed. And, these are big games. These are tough games, and the competition is very good. Like, I tell Jackson all the time, like you're going against first round picks and, second round picks. So these guys are going to be the best of the best and the future NHLers. So that's a pretty cool, for a young player to experience that.
Yeah. Fernando Pisani with us on the Kevin Karius show. His son, Jackson, getting ready for game number 5 of the Western Hockey League final tonight in Prince Albert with the Everett Silver Tips, and the Tips lead the series 3-1. So Jackson, first year in Everett, young defenseman, just turned 17, but let's go back to his days playing in St. Albert, and you were coaching, correct?
Yeah, I was the assistant coach. Yeah.
So it was the St. Albert Sabres where he kind of got things rolling in what we would have called the old Bantam days, Fernie, but under 15 and then continued on. So maybe just touch on his development in the last 3-4 years or so.
Yeah, St. Albert, we're very fortunate in St. Albert to have, a lot of, good coaches, knowledgeable guys that teach, the details of the game, the system stuff, so that when these guys do make the jump to the next level, if it's U18 or WHL, that they're prepared. You can throw systems at them and they'll kind of understand, okay, if we're doing a 1-2-2 or a 1-4 or whatever, they've been exposed to it at such an early age that it's an easier transition for them to just make that jump to the next level. So, he's done a really good job. He's a smart defenseman, makes good decisions with the puck, moves it well, defends well. He's a good skater. So all those things really help him, and his hockey IQ, he's, I think he's, right up there with that. So all those little things that he does have really prepared him, to play at the level he's at.
Was he always a defenseman, Jackson, Fernie, or did you push him back there? No.
Yeah. I had him, he didn't really like playing D at the beginning when he first started. And I just said, well, just try it out. And then he did it for a game, and then, I don't know. So I put him back up front, and then he went back D, but, he kind of went back and forth for a little bit, but then, once he just kind of said, you know what, I want to play D now. So I said, okay, perfect. So, and that was, really early on, but, when they start out, they play kind of every position. Yeah. So I just wanted to expose him to everything, and not just because I played forward, he needed to play forward. It was just, let's find the position that's, best suited for you. Fernando
Pisani with us on Sports 1440. So what kind of defenseman is Jackson? Maybe explain his traits.
Well, he's offensive, but when you go from U18 and you put up some points and then you jump to the WHL, it's definitely a big jump in transition. He hasn't scored a goal yet this year. I'm hoping he does in the playoffs here, but he's smart. He moves the puck well. He defends. He's got a good stick, good gap. He's got good hockey IQ. So he does a lot of things really well, especially being a young defenseman in this league. But, we knew going in that he was just, he was going to play, wasn't going to get power play or any special teams because, there's Landon there and Liskey and Smith. So we weren't, naive to think that was going to be an opportunity there. But you know what? The bonus of that is he gets to learn from those guys. He gets to watch them. He gets to be around them. He gets to practice with them. So he's learning a ton just being around that group. And it's been such a great leadership group where, they've just embraced him, as soon as he got there, and, they've been really good to him. So the transition has been, very, very good for him. So, especially being away from home and first time and, just a lot of different things thrown at you, doing online school and, keeping up with that. So there's lots of things that, get thrown at these young kids that, some people just don't really think about until you're actually in it. So, but yeah, I give a credit to, the players and, the leadership group and how they've embraced the young players and kind of showing them the ropes.
Yeah. How's he handled that? I mean, it's not like he's playing in Red Deer. I mean, he's a million miles away, and same for you and Heidi.
Yeah. You know what? I was kind of surprised at how well he's handled it. There's times where I'm like, I don't even hear from him for a couple of days. I'm like, hey, you can check in and say hi, but he's handled it well. He's got a great billet family and, his roommate there. So, he's actually, been doing great. So we're really happy for him.
You mentioned this young decor. I don't recall three guys like this. And so we got Jackson, and you mentioned Landon Dupont. He gets all the press, the headlines. But Brett Liskey, every time I've watched him play in this series, he just keeps popping up. And maybe just describe the youth on this D.
Yeah. Well, Liskey's a right-handed shot defenseman, skates really well, moves the puck, smart. He dive bombs in. He knows when to jump in. He knows kind of, he just really, him and Landon are playing together on the back end, and just the mobility and movement from those two creates a lot of havoc for the other team in terms of, the wingers. How do they handle him, right? Like if Landon's going down and Liskey's coming around the other way. So they move so well together. But he's done exceptional. He's had a great year. Like I really enjoy watching him play. And you're right. Landon does get all the credit, which he definitely deserves because he is a very, very talented and special player. Like it sometimes scratch my head to see that he's only, 16, and that's just mind boggling to me because he's wise beyond his years, and his skill and talent is top notch.
Fernando Pisani with us on Sports 1440. And so you mentioned tailback. So he's a 19-year-old. That's correct. And what's his future plans here?
So he played in Cranbrook last year or this past season, and they at the beginning of the year I think they won 4 games, and I wasn't sure they were going to make the playoffs. And then from probably about December on, they just went on a tear, and they kind of snuck into the playoffs, and they went to the semifinals, the Final Four there, and then they just lost to Brooks. So they just finished up a week ago. So his plans are to go back to Cranbrook and play there. So that was a fun experience for them where nobody really expected. I don't think they did at the time, but the coaching staff did a really good job at getting them to kind of play as a team. And, they really had to basically grind it out from December on just to get into the playoffs.
Fernando Pisani with us on the Kevin Carey Show on Sports 1440. Hey, Fernie, it's 20 years ago when you guys went on that incredible run, and sometimes I know you love talking about it, and sometimes you go, man, we were just so close. But 20 years, boy, she goes fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. And, when I went to the game the other day, it's crazy. There's lots of Oiler fans in PA, and, people come up and want to reminisce and chat about it. So it's definitely, it's pretty cool, like to chat about it, but you're always, the part that always burns is the, losing in that last game. So you still, like you said, it's 20 years ago and it does go by quick, but it's hard to get over that last, last game. So.
Yeah, I can't imagine. But what was it like for you again, like that magical run with you and having the 14 goals? And we were just talking about the overtime goal in game 5. What was it about that you were just feeling it for such a period of time where everything was coming together for you?
Yeah, like you give a lot of credit to your line mates. I was playing with Pekka and Rafi, and Rafi was like a wrecking ball out there. And, I know that D were on notice when he was on the ice. So, just that, having guys kind of look over their shoulder or move the puck a little quicker than they'd like to, created more time and space for, myself and Michael and Pex. And he would just get the puck to me in the slot. And you know how it is when you get on a heater and, everything that comes off your stick is going where, you want it to. And sometimes it goes in the net and you're like, oh, I wasn't really planning on shooting there, but it ends up working out. So, it's luck, it's skill, it's timing, it's, your line mates. And, it was definitely an awesome group of guys that, to play with. And, Pronger was exceptional and Roley. And so, looking back at, the type of team we had and the group of guys that we had, it was just a lot of fun. And we had a really good group of veteran players and just guys that really cared for each other and played for each other and knew each other. And we did a lot together as a group, and, we did dinners and families. And so we always hung out together. So I think that was a really, big thing, because, nowadays I think lots of that gets lost. And, having I think you play harder when hey, I know Steve Staios' family, and, you have that bond, and you just don't want to let each other down.
Yeah. Hey, here's a great text from Jill Metz, who, KK, love hearing all these players' family updates. A great trip down memory lane, but also awesome update. Pisani's, as you know, incredibly kind, wonderful people. So that's from Jill Metz, who you know, obviously from a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Ago. So,
yeah. Oh, great.
Yeah. Hey, Fernie, safe travels to Prince Albert. As much as I'd like to see game 6 and 7, because the series has been so darn good to watch. I know that all you guys, the family of the Tips, would like to see this end tonight, but it's going to be a tough game. Boy, these are two great teams, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. They're the two top teams in both their sides. So you didn't expect it to be anything but easy. So I'm sure tonight will be the same. It'll be another tough battle, and I'll be standing there and for 3.5 hours holding my spot up there and not being able to move. So my back's getting a little tight and sore, but the things you do for your kids. Hey?
You betcha. Hey, thanks, Fernie. Safe travels to PA. We'll talk soon.
All right, take care. See ya.
Yeah, that's Fernando Pisani, son Jackson, playing tonight for Everett. And our headliner of the day brought to you by Mr. Rooter. Batting 1,000 against clogs at mrrooter.ca. When we come back, hey, does it get any better now? We're going to Cheryl Pounder, Olympic gold medalist and analyst of the PWHL on the Kevin Carey Show. On Sports 1440 AM radio, we're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocenter.com today.
Want home ice advantage for your window coverings? Novo Blinds provides factory direct pricing and the fastest turnaround in the city for homeowners, builders, and commercial projects. Book a free in-home consultation at novoblinds.ca.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All Star Construction. And directional drilling, hydrovacing, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
The sun's out, the pavement's warm, and that low rumble of a Harley rolling by? Oh yeah, that's calling your name. This is riding season, and if you've been thinking about a new ride, Harley-Davidson of Edmonton has the one that'll get your heart pumping. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned bikes, there's one waiting for you. Whether you're upgrading or just getting started. And while you're there, ask about test rides, because the only way to know is to ride it. For more details, visit Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail, locally owned and operated since 1980, or at hdedmonton.com.
Your favorite teams, your favorite sports. This spring, catch all the action at Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Never a bad seat in the house. Plus, the perfect playoff menu with something for every sports fan, including daily food and drink features. From great goals to thrilling three-pointers to huge home runs. Spring brings the best to the big screens at Selly Sports Bar and Lounge at all 3 Century Casino locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Every day is game day at Century Casino.
Why should you drive a Subaru? How about durability, style, and an excellent customer experience from the moment you step into the showroom? And how about accolades, including awards for numerous 2026 Subaru models from both AutoTrader and JD Power? But don't just take my word for it. Take a test drive and you'll see why the Subaru name is recognized and renowned for quality. To learn more, visit Subaru.ca. Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru.
To the person who spends more time prepping than grilling. Hi, your Safeway PA announcer here. Our medium ground chuck burgers come in plain, cheddar, bacon, and our newest seasoning, all dressed. All you need to prepare is the grill, because your job is fire and our job is flavor. And right now, they're only $8.99 a pound. For this and more great summer deals, check our flyer at Safeway.ca. Sale ends May 20th. Variety may vary by store.
Greetings, loved ones. Let's take a journey.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:41 in Edmonton. And time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where you could pick up a 2026 Jeep Compass 4x4 for under $37,000. It's got the 8.4-inch touchscreen, active lane management, Apple CarPlay, remote keyless illuminated entry. We got 23 of them left in stock at stalbertdodge.com. As we welcome back Cheryl Pounder, the Olympic gold medalist, PWHL and TSN analyst, to the show. Good morning, Cheryl. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
No problem. I'm just in beautiful Laval in Montreal and day off today. So a good sleep in, I'm not going to lie, and just getting ready for game number 2 tomorrow. So set to start at 2 p.m. So outstanding game last night, especially the ending.
Well, don't go out too late tonight with that afternoon start, Cheryl. I mean, you
know we are. You know, is it not a freebie?
Hey.
Not with a 2 p.m. start Eastern time. So I would have said to you that the sleep in was because the go night was last night post game.
Fair. But the other thing too is now you have, the mornings off, really, because there's no pregame. You go down to the rink and sometimes you like it. Did you play a lot of these afternoon games as a player? Did you like them more than the night games?
You know what? Interesting. I didn't play a lot of afternoon games. It was typically evening games. So it is a little bit of an adjustment to the schedule. So I'm a pregame napper. Even now when I'm on broadcast, I always like to take my pregame nap. So even at my age, I'm saying I'm living in my past, saying, I need to get rested and ready. So I think it's a little bit different. So for the athletes in terms of, making sure that, their rituals and all that's on point. But you also as a broadcaster, it is nice to do an afternoon game every once in a while, knowing that you have the evening and you can relax into the evening. You can watch hockey at night, or you can go for a nice dinner, especially on the road.
Yeah. So how was that game last night where Ottawa was so close, just 3 seconds away from winning it, but Montreal comes back and then wins it in overtime?
Well, it's interesting. So Ottawa gets through the semifinals, and I did feel like, for the most part, they were outplayed by Boston in that series, and Gwyneth Phillips was outstanding. But their best game was their last game, so their series-clinching game, and I felt like they carried that into the game versus Montreal. They're a team that loves to play off the rush, so they were getting some of those high-danger looks because of their pace on the entry. But boy, oh boy, you know, when the game comes down to just, you know, there's 2 seconds, under 3 seconds, and you tie it up. I mean, that is such a tough pill to swallow in terms of momentum going into sort of an intermission, coming out in overtime, knowing that, you know, you had it and you weren't able to sort of seal that deal. So it'll be tough in terms of a rebound for Ottawa. But at the end of the day, they have been resilient in making the playoffs. They're resilient in getting, you know, through that semifinals against Boston and Aaron Frankel. So I expect that they'll be ready to go and to set the temperature.
In the same sense, do you think Montreal had that momentum because they just closed out that series against Minnesota on Tuesday? Did that help them a bit, do you think?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I really felt like there was a portion of the game where Ottawa, you know, had it in terms of they were getting to the middle of the ice. I felt like their third line with Katarova was excellent. And for Montreal, you know, I thought they had some good looks on their power play. Obviously, Abby Rock with 2 goals. I felt like she was, you know, around the net the whole game. But it was really the end of the game and the push that was something. I mean, very rarely, uncharacteristically, do you see a Poulin turn the puck over for the go-ahead goal against. And so I remember I was on my talkback button, and for your listeners, talkback. So when you're in the booth, you're pressing your button, you're talking to your producer, and you know, I'm talking to the producer and saying, you know, Poulin is such a clutch player, even though she's injured. I suspect right now that she knows that's a mistake, and just watch out. And so that's kind of the intensity with which she played, and you know, jumps on the ice and leads the charge in that equalizing goal with 2 seconds left. And for those who watched, I mean, she takes the puck through the middle of the ice, and then she dishes it, but she keeps going. And she gets in behind the coverage, and she gets to the puck first. And if you know Poulin, you know that she does everything to get to that puck first. Typically, you want, you know, one of the best shooters in the world, if not the best shooter in the world, to be in the slot, not her. And so she's the one, you know, knowing where to throw that puck, knowing the time on the clock. So yeah, Poulin, just, you know, outstanding effort by her, and then the finish by Gosling. So it really was a turn of events. When you think about, you know, if you look in 5-minute segments, it's incredible to see, you know, how the momentum switched in Montreal's favor.
PWHL analyst and Olympic gold medalist, TSN analyst Cheryl Pounder with us on the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. Can you touch on the goaltenders last night? How you thought both of them played? And I think most of the hockey fans know more about Anne-Renee Desbiens than Gwyneth Phillips. Is that fair to say too?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, although Gwyneth Phillips has just been outstanding. She won the MVP in the Walter Cup playoffs last year, and she didn't win, right? She didn't win the Walter Cup. So that's going to tell you the story right there. In terms of Gwyneth Phillips, if you look at, I mean, if you're looking at data from a data perspective, I mean, you know, they were number one in goals against, but not expected. They were, you know, they're last. So she's really, you know, she was able to steal games in the opening series, and she in tight, she's excellent. What's different about her is that she has a right-handed glove. So if you're watching her, it's a little bit different to have a goaltender, you know, that's a righty. And so I think that, you know, that sometimes for the shooter changes sort of angles. But overall, if you don't know her, just think of Team USA winning Olympic gold medal. She was on that roster. She was back up to Aaron Frankel. But at the World Championship last year, she actually came in when Frankel was injured and beat Canada in overtime. So I think, you know, when you look at that, you've got 2 goaltenders going toe-to-toe right now, staring down 200 feet away from one another, both resilient, both have the opportunity to steal games. So I think the goalie battle is going to be impactful as we move along here. If I'm either opponent, I want to get them out of their nets. I want to get them playing the puck so that when they get back to the crease, they're not necessarily set. Because, it is very, very difficult to beat both of those goalies.
Cheryl Pounder with us on Sports 1440. There's so many great storylines in this final, even this year. But I think you would agree none more so than Carla McLeod. Can you just maybe speak to that? And, you know, everyone's pulling for her. And, you know, she had the leave of absence earlier this year, the battle with breast cancer, and man, the power, the strength, everything. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And I played with Carla. And so there's a natural, you know, my heart tugs. My mother had breast cancer. I think we all know someone who's affected. So I think we galvanize around sort of hope and inspiration. And Carla is just that. And I worked one of the first games when she came back the first time or when everyone found out. And it was amazing to see just she was in an away barn and everyone stand on their feet, wave, their phone lights and just really give her that ovation of, listen, we're here for you. Continue with your courage, but, we'll fight along with you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what I feel like with her team taking that break at the end of the season to resume her treatment. And, when you're down, sort of, I say in the bunkers, but you're down, in the bowels of the arenas, you're seeing, the PR people wear the pink ribbon. You're seeing, the pink tape. And so, that it's more than a game. And it really does lend perspective to players and to everyone. We play a game and it's really important, but at the end of the day, we need to galvanize in the battle. And so I really feel, with Cribber, I call her Cribber, that she feels that support and she wants the focus to be on her team and on the athletes, of course. But I think everyone in the hockey community and surrounding is pushing for her.
Yeah. As I said, I think she's 5 or 6 years younger than you, Cheryl, but you guys did play together and know each other a long time. The Cribber nickname, can you give us some details on that or too personal?
Yeah, I'm not even really sure how it all happens. We all know my nickname's Pounder and that's pretty easy to figure out. But with Cribber, I think she played cribbage on the road a lot. And so I never played that. So I'm not sure if that's where it came from. She was always sort of an old soul. Mm-hmm. And what I mean that when she was young, she had this old soul about her. So she was, she processed, she was a thinker and thoughtful and big on culture. And so sort of mature beyond her years. There's a wisdom behind her that, superseded her age. So Cribber, I think it might have come from the cribbage that she played on the road where we'd all be like, wait, I'm like 25. Isn't that a grandma game? and I'm like, do you have a cup of coffee, Crib? Well, we're having a beer kind of thing and playing cribbage. But yeah, so, it's a great teammate. And I know that a big part of her tempo as a coach is sort of getting everyone in believing. And I think that's been her mantra this year is believe and earn it. So they've earned the opportunity to be in this Walter Cup final. And so it's exciting to see what is to come.
Well, I'll be thinking of her when I pick up a 15-2 or 15-4 here this weekend playing crib.
I couldn't figure out the counting, to be truthful, so I just said I'm out.
Good stuff. Cheryl Pounder with us. Hey, don't have to tell you, women's hockey's booming like crazy. And now with the more expansion coming to the PWHL with Hamilton and Vegas and Detroit announced here, maybe just a thought about how this league is structured right now and how it's taken another big step moving forward to now, I guess, 11 teams?
Yeah, and I think there'll be more. I think at the end of the day, the growth of the league, the visibility of the league, and, even just the partnerships as well as, spectators, I think it's blown everyone away, especially in the inaugural and to this third season. And so, the owners and staff felt that the decision makers felt, this is an opportunity for growth. We're in a growth window here. And so, when you think about Hamilton, I know there's question marks because the Scepters aren't too far down the road, if you will, but it's also a hotbed. There's the population of young hockey players in this country. There is a bulk of them in that corridor. So servicing a new fan, as well as Vegas, Sin City, Sizzle, Sazzle, all of that kind of hospitality and having the support of the Golden Knights. So I also think too, from a logistics standpoint with Detroit, how many tournaments have I been with my kids to Detroit? At the end of the day, it's also about logistics and geography. My understanding or belief, again, I'm not sitting in those meetings, would be at some point where you have those divisions. So that makes travel more conducive, within a region or a division or perhaps conferences, at some point. So I do think that growth is in mind into the placement of these teams. And of course, we don't know what's next and who's to come, but I would imagine it would be into a line with these expansion teams for a division-like opportunity in the future.
What do you think it's going to be like in Vegas, Cheryl? Because, this is showtime there, man.
Yeah, and you know what? I put my hand up. I'm not going to lie. I put my hand up and said, anytime you want a color analyst in Vegas, I will happily make that trip. I think when you think Vegas and you're enamored by it. Yeah. And so now it's, there's hospitality, the bright lights, the big city, the glitz, the glam, the gold. And so that right away says, that would be a fun game to go to, where, you can go to the game and then you can catch a show. And so I think there's that allure to it. What a lot of people don't know is, I had the fortunate opportunity with Kenzie Lalone to call a rivalry series game which is a Canada-US game in Henderson, Nevada back in 2022. And I remember thinking to myself, man, is there going to be anyone here? Is it going to be quiet? Because part of those rivalry series is also going to pockets and the growth of the game. And so we get there and it was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Like the pulse, the vibe, it was full. And so one thing that, I think that the PWHL has looked at, and I would imagine they looked at, is the growth of their youth programs. And so since the Golden Knights came to Vegas, that their women's hockey population has exploded. And so now you're not just looking at the now, but you're looking at the potential market. So for me to go there, the glitz, the glam, it's exciting. It's exciting, to be honest. And, it might have been surprising for some. But at the end of the day, I think this is a league that's willing to be unconventional, to try things. And so, I'm excited about the market. And again, I have put my hand up. I actually think I said I would pay for my flight to work. So I'm really trying to give myself an upper hand.
Oh, yeah. Well, my next and last question then, Cheryl, we're waiting here. We're waiting in Edmonton. As you said, the games that have been here, when we've talked, and they've been well attended, well received. The only thing that's stopping here in my mind is building availability, because when you have the Oilers and you have the Oil Kings, and it's not like that, everyone wants to play on a Friday and Saturday night. It doesn't always work that way, but could you see Edmonton in the next batch of expansion? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think Western Canada is a really good opportunity to have a team in this market or in this PWHL. Because if you look at it and you look at sort of, there's a lot of female hockey players there as well. And so you want to service, you got a Vancouver team, you have a Seattle team. So where does it make sense for divisions? And I do think that, in the future, that could be an opportunity. I'm with you on availability. I think even with the Walter Cup and final and really because, majority of these teams are not primary tenants, right, in their buildings. And so now facilities and availability becomes an issue in scheduling. So, I'm sure that does, that has to be a piece of the pie in terms of, what that landscape looks like when a team does come in and what kind of support and the availability within the buildings. And if that would be the right fit. So, but I do think that, Canada will expand at some point as well. And the Western market makes sense. Cheryl, thanks so much for coming on. As always, stay out of trouble tonight and have a great call tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Have a good one.
You too. Take care. That's Cheryl Pounder, Olympic gold medalist. She'll be doing the color analyst for tomorrow afternoon's game number 2 between Montreal and Ottawa. And Montreal's up 1-0 in the series thanks to an overtime win yesterday. That's the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where, again, the Jeep Compass 4x4s are going for less than $37,000. Can't beat it. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. It's Friday. That means it's 10 o'clock. That means it's golfing with the G-Man, Gary Meyer, for the Country Club Tour. We've got tons to talk about. We're going to have Lisa Longball Lusick on, Canadian long drive champion. Her son, Luke, playing game number 5 of the Western Hockey League Championship tonight in Prince Albert for the Everett Silvertips. So between that and the clinics and the travel, Lisa's a busy, busy mom. That's straight ahead on the Kevin Karius Show. Before that, though, time now for a Sports 1440 update. And it is brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding. AWSwelding.ca. Here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
IIHF World Championships underway from Switzerland. Team Canada in action against Sweden this morning. Currently tied at 3 after 40 minutes. Oilers' Darnell Nurse on the score sheet with an assist, and Matthias Ekholm netting Sweden's third and tying goal. Other action, Finland leading Germany 1-0. It's still to come this morning. The United States will play Switzerland, while the Czechs will take on Denmark. In the WHL tonight, game number 5 of the finals between Everett and Prince Albert goes from PA. Silvertips leading the best of 7, 3-1 currently. And in the association, back in action are the Pistons and Cavaliers for game number 6. Cavs can clinch and move to the East Final to take on the Knicks with a victory tip-off at 5 o'clock from Ohio. In the nightcap, Minnesota will try and draw even with the Spurs as San Antonio leads that best of 7, 3-2, getting underway at 7:30. Full slate of games in the majors today, including the Blue Jays back at it as they open a set in Detroit against the Tigers. First pitch coming at 4:45 Mountain. Trey Savage set to take the hill for Toronto. You can catch that game right here on Sports 1440, joined in progress at the conclusion of the Jason Greger Show. Elsewhere, Baltimore in Washington, Tampa Bay hosting Miami, Boston taking on the Braves. Yankees are in New York against the Mets, and the Seattle Mariners, they're at home taking on the San Diego Padres. Finally, PGA Championship from outside Philadelphia, currently atop the leaderboard. Alex Smalley leading the way at 5 under par through 9 holes. Hideki Matsuyama right behind, along with Albert Potgeider and Steven Jagger tied at 3 under. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by longtime golf pro Gary Meyer, as well as 8-time Canadian long drive champion Lisa Longball Vlusik. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CHJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
A lot of you love hockey season. But when it comes to construction season, you're not as excited unless you work for GS Construction. It's true. As one season is winding down, ours is winding up with all sorts of great projects to make the city we live in better. And our team is hiring. GS Construction is scouting for pipe layers, topmen, and heavy equipment operators. So if you want to score a great job, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Hear that? That's your entry calling. Go Auto is sending you to the biggest football event in the world, live in Vancouver, with tickets, flights, and a hotel stay for 2. To enter the contest, just text GAME to 780-777-7777. That's GAME to 780 all sevens. Go Auto, get in the game.
Everything is going to be okay. If your debt has you feeling like you're in a free fall, you have options. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. Becoming debt-free is possible, and a personal bankruptcy or consumer proposal will get you there. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. You'll learn how a consumer proposal allows you to eliminate your debt by paying a percentage of the amount owed without interest. At Faber, we'll tackle your debt.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Our new McCafe crafted sodas just drinks or something more. Like Sprite Berry Bliss, Creamy Strawberry Coke, and Orange Dream. All swirled with fizzy flavor and topped with silky cold foam. Only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Hey, it's Jamie from Green Drop Lawn Care, exploring Edmonton from the Science Center to Horlock Park. I see your lawns and cringe a little. Weeds are here. And you've got them, Edmonton. Take your lawn back with our guaranteed lawn care programs and unlimited weed control.
Green Drop has been Canada's lawn expert since 1979. And they're in your community, keeping your yard looking beautiful with affordable lawn care packages that include fertilizer, weed control, drought fighter, and more. Visit greendrop.com.
Ready to upgrade your ride this spring? Come on down to the Golf Cart People. They're a family-owned and operated business that's been serving the community since '97. Whether you're looking for a brand new or quality pre-owned cart, a rental for a special event, they do that too. The Golf Cart People have a huge selection of parts and accessories, and their expert service team is here to keep you rolling. The Golf Cart People, your one-stop shop for everything golf cart. Visit golfcartpeople.com.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. Just a little later than our 10 o'clock start time, and a little yakking with Fernando and Cheryl Pounder there, but it's 10 o'clock, finally Friday. That means it's golfing with the G-Man, Gary Meyer, for the Country Club Tour. And I have to remind you, starting this Monday, Holiday Monday, the Country Club Tour will be doing the online tee time bookings that will move to 7 a.m. daily. So that's for Goose Hummock, Montgomery Glen, Raven Crest, Red Tail Landing, River Ridge, Sandpiper, and Whitetail Crossing. So you can give them a shout at countryclubtour.com and book your tee time with a valid credit card required. As we welcome in Gary Meyer.
And a good morning to you.
Gary.
Fernando was on, eh?
Fernando was on.
What
We
a
were
great
talking
guy.
20 years ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen him for almost
Well, he's been
a year
in
and
the
a
press
bit.
box a few times. Yeah.
No, not when I was
Not
there.
when you were
Didn't
there?
see him. No.
I always talk about Fernando from 20 years ago because it was when my dad passed away. And he passed away on the morning of game 4. Then the Oilers lost that night, and obviously I was home in Saskatchewan.
Right.
We were at the Legion Hall doing a sort of a wake, and we brought in 2-3 big screen TVs for game 5, and it was packed. And it was hot, and it was stuffy, and everyone was hammered. And then Fernando scored in overtime, shorthanded. To send the series back to Edmonton.
Yeah, Stahl kind of coughed the puck up there, and he made a heck of a move. But I had, and for whatever reason, I had turned the TV off, and
What do you mean turned it off?
Well, I did.
Why?
I forget. It had nothing to do with that. Anyway, I hear like a truck, a semi, and I thought, listen, that can only be one thing. Turn the TV back on, and he had scored.
Yeah.
And I just, for the life of me, I can't remember why I turned it off.
Well, I don't know either.
Well,
this
don't
makes
get
no
out much.
sense to me.
Well, listen.
Maybe you're trying to do like good luck, something. Good
Well,
luck or-
listen, I'm getting old. I'm forgetting names and stuff like that, Calvin. So
Calvin.
Oh God, this is awful.
And there's
Well, and
Hobbs over there.
I've decided, and now I hear the Duke is laid up.
Oh, he's barely alive.
Oh,
barely alive.
Would have killed the average 10 women, that kind of an injury, from what I understand. Hey, what about this getting to the first tee a little bit late?
Okay, this is Garrick Hagel. We had it as a question for in or out. Now, this happens. I mean, it's happened before.
Yep.
So the thing is that he was assessed a two-stroke penalty.
Yep.
And you have to give him credit for not folding up. I mean, this is a major championship.
Yep.
He would have been tied for the lead after round 1.
Oh, that's right.
Because he was 1 under.
And when you read about him, he said he's a real laid-back kind of guy. You look at him and you kind of get the same feeling. He's like Freddie Couples at,
with hair.
But his caddy was yelling at him, come on, we're on the tee, we're on the tee. If he's 5 minutes late, he's done. You just get to put your stuff back in your car and go home.
I asked this question to Eddie and Duke and our listeners. So we're talking about seconds here, not like less than a minute.
Yep.
If say it's 15 seconds. I don't know, like whatever the cutoff is, you're late. That's the rules.
Exactly.
If it was say 15 seconds, what if it would have been Rory McIlroy or Scheffler? Do you think they would have?
I think you got to, they've got him on a stopwatch. So yeah, you're not there, then that's the way it is. I mean, how do you say no? How do you say no? It doesn't count.
Late's late
for you. There was a guy, and Daryl McDonald will know this name, Terry Weens.
I know that name rings a bell.
Terry Weens.
Yeah.
He apparently was at a golf course years ago in BC called 18 Pastures. But anyway, we're playing the Canadian Club Pro Championship at Niagara in Winnipeg, and they're calling Terry Weens to the tee. Terry Weens to the tee. Well, the first 2 guys hit, and they're just walking off the tee. He comes running down in his street shoes, carrying his golf shoes, and he carried a golf bag about as big around as the top of this coffee cup, and looked like a quiver. Anyway, he throws down a ball and hits it, and he's running down the fairway. He was late, but I'm here.
It reminded me of Tin Cup. He's late to the tee because he's hammered from the night before, but he has the best line. Do I have time for a quick bucket?
Yeah.
The guy at the start. No, you're up. Get going. Get going, and then he ends up shooting 81 or 2 or whatever.
Oh,
in the
no,
movie.
I can certainly.
The other thing too. So with Higo, like he could have become a hero yesterday. So after he addressed the media, it's almost like, I was late a little bit, but it wasn't that big of a deal. He could have come out and said, you know what, late's late. And how stupid was I? I could have been tied for the lead of the PGA Championship.
Yeah.
And then people would have went, man, this is our guy. Like, I want to root for this guy. I want this guy to,
How's he doing now? Where are we at?
I don't even know if he's teed off yet, Duke.
Oh.
We'll find out. We'll figure it out.
Okay,
But
I see Smalley is Alex Smalley is -5 from last time.
He's 10:43 tee time, so he's coming up here for Higo. The Canadian Corey Connors is having a bit of a rougher go.
I see that.
So he's at what, 3 over for the day?
3 over the day. I think that moves him to
Plus
minus
one.
or
Plus
plus one.
one,
Yeah,
yeah.
+1.
So,
but when you look at that leaderboard, you got a 21-year-old South African, you got a German and a Korean. Now we bring up the Korean because you think that there's some great rounds been played, and I think Patrick Reed was the ultimate cheater. But how about this guy, Kim Jong-il? Okay,
yeah.
He or Il, the supreme leader. South Korea. Okay, he died. I don't know if you're the supreme leader and you die. I mean, if you're so supreme, what are you doing dying? Number one, but he played golf once. Okay, 7,700-yard golf course, and he shot 38 under, 34. He shoots. Okay, now the 17 bodyguards that witness this, he had 11 hole-in-ones. Which means on 1 9 he goes 9, and on the other 9 he goes 25.
What are you making this?
No,
up?
no.
What-
Look it up. So he must have gone. This would have been his 1 9. So he goes 4 4 4 4 4 3 1 1. Now this you can put it together whatever you want. Then in the back 9 he makes a hole in one on every hole. So he's 31 under. And 17 bodyguards. Now, when he shoots 25 on the back, it was probably like,
what year is this?
1994, I think. Anyway, 17 bodyguards. So if he shoots 25 on the back 9, I'll bet you there was 107 bodyguards. And when he shoots, and when the guy's keeping the score, it didn't go over so good.
Yeah.
But
You're writing down what I say you're writing down, or else, you're.
Oh, good shot. Yeah. Ooh. Kind of got off of that one a little bit. But unbelievable. Holy smoke. There's a guy that can play. Oh, good morning, Ashley. By the way, just want to say good morning to Ashley. They're back.
Okay, good.
Yeah, back from the sunny south. And Dad was there for coffee.
Good. Do you like where the PGA is situated in the Big Four now? Or like everyone said, when it was the fourth major, everyone sort of forgot about it. They didn't think it was as relevant as the first 3. Now they move it up to be the second major. They can compact the schedule a bit more. Would you rather have it at the end, or do you like it where it is?
No, I'd rather have it at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that's where it belonged, because of the order.
It's been 7 or 8 years now.
Yeah.
But, oh boy, Hideki Matsuyama has moved into a tie now. At second place with Lee, pot getter, Mick Jagger, and Hisatani. But Smalley's running the show here. He's at 5 under. He started on the back, so he's playing the front 9 to finish things up. And he'd be on hole number 1, I would say. So
lighten it up.
That's what that little star means, eh?
I guess.
Started on the back.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about Alex Smalley. He just parred the first. No, he bogeyed, so he dropped his stroke here. So I don't know too much about Alex Smalley. Do you?
American. That's all I know.
Yeah, I don't know a whole. Look, we just saw him now. He's a slider guy.
Yeah.
Smaller
And
guy.
young.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's 14.
So the one thing that when I was mentioning you to the time frame here, Rory McIlroy comes out this year because he wins the Masters. But last year, I can't remember if he even made the cut at the PGA Championship after winning the Masters last year, right? Yeah. So he said, well, I didn't have that prep time. I didn't have, everything was such a wild ride because I had finally won the Masters and it was a wild ride.
Yeah.
And then, all of a sudden, bang, it's April and it's a month later and I got to go to play the PGA Championship.
So why didn't Roy just come out and be honest and said, listen, I'm Irish and I've been drunk for 3 weeks.
It's fair.
He thinks he's Bob Michael.
Like those guys, man, I always want to see the Europeans win the Ryder Cup because of the party.
Well, yeah, that and the attitude too, a little
Fair.
bit too. Yeah.
But,
we're the same with the hockey, right?
They're having a pint, those between him and Lowry and all those guys, like let's go. We're going for a pint.
Yeah.
We're not going and having a coffee or
Well,
tea.
it's not like the guys years back, they didn't drink just a little bit, Champagne, Tony Lima, guys like that.
Like, I don't know about Arnie, but like guys like other guys always had a little nip in their bag, did they not, when they were playing?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they might have had a little, John Daly was always talking about that.
Yeah.
He had something going.
Well, yeah, I think I'm going back to, Palmer, Player,
Yeah.
Nicholas, Watson, those guys.
You know-
Who knows? Who
Yeah.
knows? I knew guys that their caddy was loading them up. He had a can of Coke going
Yeah,
and he was
exactly.
dumping them in. And
Aronimink, where this PGA is being played just outside Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You know who won in 1962?
1962.
You just mentioned him, Gary Player.
He did, eh?
He won the PGA Championship. I believe there's only been one European, and you want to call Gary a European, I guess, too. If you want to call him that, that has won on this course, and that was 62. And then there haven't been very many Europeans that have won the PGA Championship.
No.
Yeah.
Do you remember Gary Player's nickname?
The Black Knight?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at that, eh? How about
Aren't
that?
you something? Yeah, you're
Isn't
really
that something?
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to take a break, and then we'll have Lisa Vlusic on.
Oh, good. I
this
hope.
is-
Yeah. I hope she's got some energy. Holy.
You want your
smoke.
cigarette now or after?
Yeah. Ooh, man, oh man.
That's coming up. Golfing with the G-Man for the Country Club Tour on the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick. Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Say hello to your new favorite drinks. Introducing new McCafe Refreshers. Icy cool, undeniably refreshing, and available in 3 flavors. Strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, and blackberry passion fruit. Only at McDonald's.
It's the final weekend of the Bricks Famous Tent Sale. Take up to 70% off clearance items in the tent and in store. And unadvertised in-store specials in every department. Plus, buy more, save more, up to $1,000 off select major appliances. And score a bonus Bluetooth party speaker with a qualifying purchase. You could get a sofa, coffee table, mattress, bed frame, and a dining set. All of this for less than $1,500. Only at the Bricks Tent Sale. See in-store for details and exclusions. The Brick, saving you more.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Your protein drink should work as hard as you do. That's why Booster Juice is hitting the gym harder than ever, brother. Meet your new gym buddies, the Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers. 2 new ripped and refreshing menu options that bench some serious protein. Perfect for pre or post workout. Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers taste like motivation. So what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Are you looking for safe and reliable transportation solutions for your wedding, corporate retreat, or golf trip? Look no further than Silent Rides, Alberta's premier charter bus company. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered.
We offer 3 different sizes of units to cater to your needs, and we provide first-class service at affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV, and I want to give you something for free. A free roof assessment on your used RV. And remember, basically every RV is a used RV.
What do I get for my free roof assessment, Rick?
Well, Bob, we're going to climb up on top of your RV and take a good detailed look at your roof. Check all the joints, connections, and seals. Then we'll give you a written report so you know exactly what's going on up there. You should do this at least twice a year.
You were just doing this out of the goodness of your heart, Rick?
Cards on the table, Bob. About 1 in 10 RVs we see have something wrong with the roof. If yours is one of them, then yes, we're going to offer to sell you a repair. But we'd rather do a small repair when your leak is small than sell you a big, expensive repair when it's so bad you can see it from the inside. And you don't have to accept our offer to fix it. It really is free either way. So come by No Bull RV and know for sure.
And that's No Bull.
NoBullRV.ca.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 1020. Kevin Karius, Gary Meyer golfing with the G-Man on a Friday for the Country Club Tour. And excited to welcome in our guest on a Friday, Lisa Vlusick in Prince Albert, getting ready for game number 5 of the Western Hockey League Final. Good morning, Lisa. You're with Kevin Karius and Gary Meyer. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you doing?
Oh, it's good to have you.
Well, strap yourself in now.
Thrilled to be here. Now, how many rounds have you guys teed it up this year so far?
None.
Three, I think. 3.
Hey, that's pretty solid. That's solid.
Terrible weather. Terrible.
Oh, you know what? I'm in Saskatchewan right now. Calgary, I've had a couple rounds, but I went to Lake Waskesiu. Waskesiu is closed. Elk Ridge is closed. It's supposed to snow this weekend. Hey, it's May long. We should be swinging the sticks.
You know, we were just talking about Elk Ridge last week on the show.
Yeah, and Waskesiu.
And Waskesiu.
Yeah, it's a beauty. I'm glad I drove up there. It looks like the cutest. I can only imagine in the summer how amazing it is.
You've never played Waskesiu?
No. I have to, and I rate for Score Golf magazine, so I need to come back and come do that.
Well, it's Jasper without the mountains.
Yeah, it's Jasper.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good description.
Oh, and Elk Ridge is a gem. I used to work up in Prince Albert, Lisa, 30 years ago.
What?
So,
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all the locals have told me they're 2 great tracks. So I went up there and they're getting it ready, but it's still too much snow right now. Lake Waskesiu is totally frozen over, and it was 29 degrees actually this week. And I put shorts on. I was all pumped. I went to the beach, snow all over the beach. So it's not ready.
That's crazy.
I know.
I will guarantee you when you get up there and play it, you'll go, this is one of my favorite courses I've ever played.
Okay, well, I will come back for sure then.
Yeah, it's that good. Hey, before we talk golf, well, actually, one more quick golf question, because you're in Prince Albert for Game 5 of the Western Hockey League Final to see your son Luke play. When you were on last, you said Luke was out driving you with his 4-iron. Now, that was last year, so I'm thinking that he's put on a little more muscle. He's a little bit bigger. Is he out driving you with his what, now 7 or a 6?
Well, seriously, we haven't played together because back in August, he was in Red Deer until the trade deadline. Then he got traded to Everett. And boys, he's like, Mom, Dad, can you please drive my car up? We're like, we're the best parents ever. So he got to fly to Everett, Washington. And then we drove his car through the pass and all that, snow and ice and the whole 9 yards. We get to Everett and not a flake of snow. They've been golfing all year. So since my son got traded January 2nd, he's been playing golf every single week. So I haven't seen it live yet, but he's told me he's added even more distance, which is terrifying because I was hitting it like last summer. I hit it about 320 off the tee. He was hitting it 345, but he hits his 4-iron 225. That's my 5-wood. So I definitely am not going to get in a 4-iron competition with him.
He needs to be grounded.
Right.
Yeah. You hit past Mom. Go stand over there.
So how cool is it to be in Prince Albert? I told you yesterday when I texted you that we were going to have Fernando Pisani on, and I mean he's having an absolute blast watching his son and Jackson, and I'm sure you're in the same boat here watching Luke.
Oh, well, first of all, Jackson Pisani, 16-year-old defenseman, absolutely has leveled up. He's a great player. Everyone knew that. But, we had some strong D on the team. Unfortunately, our captain, I'm sure Fernando told you, that our captain, Terrence Smith, has been out with injury. So Jackson has stepped up in the most incredible way. He is poised. He doesn't panic with the puck. He's skilled. He's been just such an amazing addition to this team. And again, in such a difficult situation when asked to be called up in for the WHL championships. Well, he's been in throughout the whole playoffs. He's just been outstanding.
Wow.
His mom must be a heck of an athlete, eh?
Well, it's just fun to watch and to meet all these parents like Fernando. He's very quiet. You never would know he was this big NHL player. All the rest of that, they're just quietly proud parents. Like it's really fun to watch and to meet all these amazing people. And then of course Landon DuPont, who's on our team, exceptional status, first defenseman in the dub to get that. Most likely will go first overall in the NHL draft. His dad played for the for of course the Calgary Flames and in the NHL. My husband played beer league. Does that count? Like that's pretty good, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely it does. Yeah.
Count all the goals in warm up too.
Yeah, exactly. He said, he's got lots, right? Exactly. Those when you shoot on the net and those count.
There's so many neat story angles here with parents and kids. And then I just found out too that Ryland Gould's dad was the curler and played with Jeff Stoughton.
Come on.
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy. I did not know that. And let me give you one more on the Prince Albert Raiders. Max Heisey, his dad is the director of golf at Springbank Lynx and also played in the Dubs. So he played for the Lethbridge Hurricanes, and he's another good Alberta boy and was drafted to the San Jose Sharks last year.
How about another one? Bennett Kelly for the Raiders. His dad is Steve, who played and was drafted by the Oilers here.
See, like it's unbelievable. It's just so cool to see all those connections. I just wish I could skate backwards, boys. I can hit a long ball, but my backwards skating could use some work.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. You don't back check anyway.
The atmosphere in Prince Albert, it's got to be crazy in there.
You know what? The Art Hauser, I was really nervous, to be honest with you, because I heard, oh boy, these fans are so passionate. It's crazy. And I was also told, Lisa, maybe don't wear your Vlooswijk jersey, just kind of be low key. And I thought, okay, I have to tell you, those Prince Albert fans have been unbelievable. I've had at least 20 fans come up to us and they'll see our Everett gear and they'll be like, hey, thanks for coming. Are you guys having a great time? The fans have been amazing, so welcoming, so warm. And to be honest with you, they're just two great hockey teams. The top two teams in the dub going head to head in the final, and their fans have been unreal. But the noise, when they come in, my son said when it's it's almost pitch black, and all you can see is these cell phone camera lights. He said it's this eerie moment, and he said it's just one of the coolest experiences he's had skating on the ice as well.
Oh no, couldn't imagine it.
Yeah,
Lisa Vlooswijk with us. Golfing with the G-Men, Kevin Karius, Gary Meyer with you here in our Sports 1440 studios. So I've watched the last two games, Lisa, from start to finish. You must have jumped out of your seat when Luke scored. That is as big of a goal in this series as we've had to tie that game up in game number 3. Did you jump right out of your seat, or did you hit your head on the?
I have to tell you. So normally when I'm in someone else's barn, like my husband Anton and I were very respectful. Like we barely clap. Like when we won the Portland series and in Kelowna and Penticton, we just a little clap and that's it because you want to be respectful. But I did jump up. I literally jumped up and I turned around to the guys behind me and I'm like, I'm so sorry. It's my son though. It's my son. And they said, oh, that's okay. They said, if it's your son, you're okay. You're okay to cheer. But for a big stay-at-home defenseman like that, and Everett, Red Deer was an incredible experience. And they taught him how to be a really solid, big stay-at-home defenseman. But Everett has allowed him that opportunity to develop the other side of his game a little bit and to rush with the puck and work on that. And for him to score that game-tying goal, which helped switch the momentum a little bit and gave some life in there, Kevin, it was huge. So thank you for saying that because it was unbelievable.
Couldn't imagine.
Now, if they wrap this up, where's the Memorial Cup?
Kelowna, baby. Hello, golf. Hello, golf.
Yeah. I hear they've got some golf out that way.
My husband and I already have our golf clubs ready just in case.
That's great. So yeah, you'll be spending about 10 days in Kelowna.
You know what? I have to say, the Memorial Cup is very spread out, considering there's only 4 teams. So opening ceremonies is May 21st. They're going to bring in the cup on a canoe, from what I understand. I believe it's an Indigenous canoe, which will be super cool. There'll be a parade through the town, and then a big stage presentation. That's on May 21st. May 22nd, the OHL takes on, I believe, the home team, the Kelowna Rockets, and then you get a day off. So we play the 20th. If we were to make it, if we were fortunate enough to make it, the WHL would play the 23rd. They get the 24th off, 25th, get the 26th off. So you kind of get a day off in between. But that sucker's spread out for 10 days. That's a long time to take off work. But heck, it's a once in a lifetime experience. You got to be there.
You know what Luke would be saying to you right now? Hey, Mom, whoa, we got some business to take care of today.
No, and that's why I don't want to jinx it. Sorry, do not want to. That's what you just want to think positively. Right, just think positively. But no, if we had the good fortune, to go.
I'm just teasing you.
Well, yeah. First thing you want to do is get a tea time booked to Gallagher's Canyon.
Oh, it's funny you say that. I literally was just chatting with the pro this morning. I had just hosted my Lisa Longball Golf School. In the one I host in BC is in Kelowna, and where? Gallagher's Canyon. Absolutely spectacular. What a beautiful track. And then there was a frost delay, but because they have that 9-hole track as well too, par 3s and par 4s, we were able to switch some of the times. Just phenomenal facility. Can't recommend it highly enough. And the pros were outstanding.
Yeah, it's a great facility. Go see Jill Zufort over at the Harvest Club too.
Oh, actually, I drove by the Harvest on the way up to Gallagher's. I'll do that for sure. And I saw that there was some night golf in the middle of an orchard. I thought that'd be kind of cool to check out over there as well.
Yeah, that's on the way up there. Yeah,
little wine at night. Yeah,
little wine, little night golf, right?
Yeah.
Hey, that might help my putting.
Go to O'Rourke's Family Vineyard, which is Peak Vineyards. He owned Sherway Construction. His son played with Russ Courtnall.
And, the Courtnall brothers.
Yeah, Curtis Joseph in beautiful. He was a Hound, Notre Dame. Oh. Anyway, it's supposed to be incredible. I haven't been.
Okay, well, that's a good tip. I will add that to the list if we are lucky enough to go.
Yeah, get up there.
Lisa Vlusik with us on the Kevin Carey Show with Gary Meyer. So, I mean, you just mentioned some of the clinics and some of all the things that you travel around doing. How busy have you been here in the last little bit, because you got so much on your plate here, Lisa?
You know, it's probably been the busiest year I've ever had, which is crazy. So far this year, in 2026, I've hosted 2 Lisa Longball Golf Schools in Orlando, 3 in Phoenix, and I've also done my Toronto and Kelowna Golf Schools as well. So I've got Calgary Golf School coming up in June, which I can't wait. I've got Palm Springs coming up in the fall, which is going to be outstanding. And then I'm also very proud to be the lead ambassador for Canada for Women's Golf Day, which is coming up the last Tuesday in May to the first Tuesday in June. So it's a international celebration for women in golf all across the world. So that's super cool. And doing corporate and charity golf tournaments. I recently did a speech for BMO, Bank of Montreal in Vancouver. So that was pretty cool. So yeah, I feel fortunate that I get to get out there, swing, share some, hopefully some great golf tips with the ladies. And they've been all really excited. So my schools have sold out within usually 2 to 3 minutes. So I feel very fortunate, very fortunate.
That's unreal.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? And the ladies are all so fun. I don't know what it is, boys. I feel like I attract fun. And I think when they see my videos, I did a bunch of videos for Golf Town, and I think that's where a lot of women have found me. And they're either like, oh, I love her energy, or it's like, whoa, maybe that's a lot for me. So, but the people who do love it, I feel like I have these like kindred spirits, and we just have the best time at these 3-day schools. And we all leave with 24 new golf friends.
Yeah, well, maybe doing the uppers and drinking coffee has got something to do with it.
Hey, I've never had a cup of coffee in my life, boys. Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
Hey, but you know what? Don't you agree, Gary? Life's too short to be boring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Go out of this world just, sideways with the tires screaming and a big smile on your face.
I like it.
How did that, the World Golf Day for Women come about?
Oh, you know what? So this is really cool. So there's a wonderful woman from Florida. Her name is Alyssa Gaudet, and she realized there was this a big gap for just celebrating women and golf. And so she literally just started this movement, and she reached out to people in countries all across the world that she knew were passionate about golf. I was the person she had reached out from Canada and said, Lisa, will you help me promote this? I said, absolutely. So it was to be the first Tuesday in June. That's how it started, and it was just a one-day event for the first year, and we're going into year 11 now, if you can believe it. It's just this incredible event where it's just, at first it was just like, hey, golf courses, driving ranges, golf retail, wherever you are, let's celebrate women in golf. Let's show them how inclusive we are. Let's bring new women into the game, celebrate the women who are currently playing, should I say, and host an event. So it started with the idea of just making a one-day event, welcome ladies in, maybe do some instruction, do some, maybe some wine and cheese, maybe it could be a fashion show, whatever you want to do is kind of, but just bring women together, not only to learn the game, but to come together to connect as golf girlfriends as well. And it's just absolutely exploded. And if any of your viewers are interested, there are events being hosted all across Alberta as well too. It's womensgolfday.com, and locations can also still sign up. So if there's golf courses or driving ranges that want to host a Women's Golf Day event, they can sign up. And then people looking to find an event, there's a map with all the current locations. So again, womensgolfday.com, and it'll start the last Tuesday in May and run till the first Tuesday in June. So I'll be hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be in Kelowna.
Cool stuff. Gary, I want to talk about your swing. And I think one of the things that I know with my wife, she goes, I want to generate more power.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about the technical part of how you generate power. And I shouldn't be asking this, but I'll let you answer, and then Gary will follow up.
Absolutely. So basically, I would say, because I get to work with so many women, that's their number one pain point. How do I add more distance? And 80% of women cannot hit a golf ball 200 yards. And I believe most women, barring injury or as advanced age, as we age, should be able to hit it 200. So what's the issue? Women tend to be arms lifters. Women, the one secret sauce that we have that usually is a bit of an advantage over our male counterparts is we're more flexible. But because of that, a lot of women tend to lift their arms versus turn. So a lot of women start their backswing with their hands or their wrists, when really they need to start their backswing with their lead shoulder. And what does that do? If you start your backswing with your lead shoulder, it'll force you to turn. And that ability to turn, that's what creates power, coil, and torque. And so that's the number one. So if you can get women, and your wife included, saying, hey, when you start that backswing, start with the lead shoulder. So that's half of it. Part two, though, is you have to start your downswing with your lower body. So it's got to be lead hip, lead pocket, guts. And that creates coil and torque. And that creates that idea of dissociating the upper half of the body from the lower half. That's where the real power and speed come in. And I've done a bunch of videos. I've got free videos on my Lisa Longball YouTube channel if people want to watch about dissociation, or ladies, and men too. It's super helpful for distance. But so my tagline that I tell women: turn the shirt, leave it, turn the skirt. So in a proper golf swing, if you want to add power, you've got to turn the shirt in the backswing, leave it. First move in the downswing is turn the skirt. And if she can do that, I promise her 20 more yards.
Are you going to buy a skirt now?
Well, it could be short, skirt, capris, it could be any of those things.
Yeah, what do you mean skirt?
I love the shirts. That's a great.
Turn the shirt, turn the skirt, baby. Yeah.
I'll get that. Get your left shoulder under your chin.
Absolutely. And I always say lead shoulder because, as you know, 23% of all Canadian golfers are lefties. So I don't ever want to mess up my lefties by saying left or right. But you're right. Yeah. As for a right-handed golfer, that's your left shoulder. That's your one singular swing thought. And for men too. My men do a better job of starting with the lead shoulder. But what guys do, especially if they want to grip it and rip it, their first move in their downswing is their back shoulder. Well, the second you start your downswing with your back shoulder, you've now lost all the coil and power and torque you've built up. So that's why they could benefit from the turn the shirt, leave it, and then turn the pants, turn the shorts. That first move in the downswing is lead hip, lead pocket, belt buckle, guts.
Yeah,
Gary, you're the pro too. I mean,
well, coiling up. I mean, that's the thing. You got to be like a spring. You're going to load this thing, and then you're going to unload.
Yeah.
Correct. But as you know, if you start that downswing with the back arm, now by the time you get to the ball, there's no coil, there's no torque. Your shoulders and hips are lined up. There's no power.
No,
you're explaining exactly what's wrong with Vladimir Guerrero's swing right now.
Oh, in baseball. Oh, you know what, you guys? I was in university when the Blue Jays won the last World Series. So when they made it, when they got there, I bought tickets to Game 6 and 7. The Minister of Finance was very unhappy. That would be my husband. He got text messages from Visa and phone calls from Visa. He was like, "Lisa, what have you done?" I bought tickets to Game 6 and 7. Oh, boys, watching that live, even though we didn't win, man, that was exciting stuff.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
To just go on another tangent here, we have the televisions on in our studio. I don't know if you saw any of the PGA or read anything about Garrick Hagel was late to his tee time yesterday.
I saw by what 1 second, or he said, well, 1 sec. I saw his quote about, well, 1 second is still late. So there, yeah.
I think it was 1 minute.
Yeah, no,
Was it 1 minute? Okay.
like 15, 10 seconds,
Oh,
whatever
okay.
it was.
Okay. Yeah.
Right now, Lisa, they have a clock on him, and he's standing off somewhere in the bush or something. It said 3 minutes and 55 seconds to his tee time.
Yeah.
So I got a feeling he's going to show up like with 1 second on the
he's
clock.
right there, but his caddy's got a bungee cord on him too.
No kidding. But do you think just to prove something? Do you think he's doing it just to?
No, but I've never seen ever having a clock on a guy going to the tee.
No, me neither. You know, but you know what I do love about golf? I love the rules. I do love the rules, and I love that the rules are the rules. You know what I mean? Like I know people think it's silly and this and that, but I do like that it kind of makes it a level playing field for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it does, and you know, being an individual sport, it comes down to your honesty, your integrity, and you certainly find out what kind of a person your playing partner is, or somebody you've just met. In the first 3 or 4 holes, you can pretty much figure out, you know, what their lifestyle is or how they conduct themselves. Gives you a pretty good idea.
Absolutely. Gary, if I was doing a job interview, I'd take them golfing for 18 holes because you can't hide your personality for 18 holes.
That's a fact. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
I agree with you.
Well, you'd have to take the supreme leader from North Korea because, you know, because an 18 hole, I don't know if you heard this, he shot on a golf course 7,700 yards long. He shot a total score of 34, which is 38 under par. So, yeah, he had.
Well,
11
I might question that.
Yeah, 11 hole in ones. I knew he was cheating when he made that hole in one, and the bodyguard wrote down a 0.
That's hilarious. Boys, how many hole in ones do you have?
Ooh, shut up.
Oh.
Yeah, I have just 2 double eagles.
Two double eagles.
Hey, Gary, as you know, a double eagle, how freaking cool is that? I've come close to a double eagle, but I've it's literally about an inch or two, and I'm like, oh, one day.
Well, I keep saying if I ever make a hole in one, I'm jumping in the nearest pond because that is the ultimate shot in golf. I mean,
sure.
Absolutely.
Even with the clowns, even with the clown's mouth open.
Like the dinosaur. You're going to be like the dinosaur, just jumping in there.
Right. Yeah, the woman jumping in the lake.
The guys in the studio are giving me the gears, Lisa, because 1 week ago, last week, I got my first one.
What? You got your first hole in one? Kevin, come on. What course were you at?
We were in Leduc.
No way. How far? What'd you hit?
It was 185 yards, and the guys are laughing at me now. It's 185 yards, and we were with the guy that he's a member there, and he's a good golfer. He's about a 4 or 5. He's a good player. Anyway, we were into the wind, and he hit a 6-iron, and I said, "There's no way I'm going to get there with a 6-iron." And I thought, why would I even try to hit a 5-iron 185? So I hit a 4 hybrid.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And it went in, and
wow.
What do you guys
That's
in here?
awesome. That's awesome. Was that your first, Kevin?
First one, yeah.
That's incredible. And did you keep the ball, and are you going to do something special and all that?
Yeah, he kept it. It's one of those real nice balls called Range, RANGE.
I was so in disbelief, Lisa, that I kept playing with it for 4 more holes, and then I put it in the water.
No, you didn't.
I did, yeah. I thought, well, because I played 18 holes the week prior with the same ball, and usually I go through a few, but I thought maybe this ball's got something to it. So
Oh no. Okay, well that's okay. It's just the good memories, the scorecard.
How many have you had?
Only two. Well, I've had two, but I've had a bit of a lull. So I've had two, but my second one I was pregnant with Luke actually at the time. So I've told him he's kind of had a hole in one too. But it's obviously been a 19-year drought since my last.
Oh, jeez. Well, hey, it's game day. So what would you do on a game day in Prince Albert? Go for a lunch here in the next bit, and then what?
Yeah, actually, yeah, we'll go for a lupper, an early supper. So the lunch supper. So yeah, about 4:30, we're gonna go. Actually, it's my mom's birthday today. So so Luke's grandparents drove out to PA, which is absolutely unbelievable. So we're gonna have a birthday dinner for my mom, and we asked the desk, where is the nicest restaurant? So they said Original Joe's is what he would recommend. So we're going to there tonight, and we've been going to the Canadian Brew House prior to that to have some libations to get. And oh my gosh, the big horns and the lights. The Montreal Canadiens were playing, of course, our last Canadian team in the playoffs. And you should hear that place when a goal is scored. Unbelievable. So we'll do that, and we'll be there for the doors opening at 6:30 and game time 7:30 on TSN. So that's been pretty cool for friends from across Canada to be, hey, I just saw Luke on TV, and someone was at a bar in Montreal going to the game. Hey, we were watching Luke's game on TV. So that was pretty darn cool.
Ask the front desk if Diggers is still open.
Diggers. Okay, I will. We did go by a tour of the 3 prisons. So there's a federal, a provincial, and then a women's prison as well too. So we kind of drove by all those. But yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah. I spent about 2.5, 3 years there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. So Diggers. I'm going to check for Diggers. I will ask.
Yeah. And he was dating some of the women prisoners too.
Well, Lisa, always a pleasure to have you on. Best of luck to you and Luke and the rest of the tips. Selfishly, I'd like to see a few more games in this series because it's been so entertaining.
Well, they're 2 great teams. Like, there is just no doubt these are 2 skilled hockey teams. And, again, I give props to those Prince Albert Raider fans. They have been unbelievable, super welcoming, and that place is loud. The Art Hauser, although there's only less than 3,000 seats, it feels like there's 8,000. It's unbelievable.
Well, try to bring some excitement there for crying out loud.
I'll do my best.
Thanks, Lisa. We'll talk
Thanks,
soon.
gentlemen. Have fun, and I hope the weather improves so you can get some more rounds in there.
Yeah. Okay. Great stuff.
Travel safe.
Yeah.
Thanks,
That's,
guys.
Lisa Longball Lusick, long drive champ. Son Luke's playing tonight. Game number 5 in Prince Albert. It's the Western Hockey League final. Silver Tips and Raiders. If you haven't had a chance to watch this, again, it'll be on at 7:30 tonight. Gary, if you're up and about still at that time, I know you go to bed around 6:30.
Yeah. Well, right after the buffet and after tapioca. Yeah, I like to.
You like the tapioca?
Well, it's Friday.
Take your teeth out.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's right. Live it up.
But the hockey, you'll go, this is unbelievable, because pro hockey's pro hockey.
Yes.
It's everyone's a robot now, or they try to be. You got to do this, you do that. These guys are flying around. There's mistakes.
Oh yeah.
But it's like every shift is their last shift of their life.
Well, I took in the Crusaders and when they're playing Brooks, and I took my grandson, and he was just, boy, are they fast. I mean, they are fast, and stuff happens in a big hurry. Like you say, mistakes, and the turnovers and how fast the transition is too. It's yeah. I'm going to have to take that in. Maybe we should drive up to PA.
Well, we'd never get in. Like Fernando said, they got tickets for about 100, he said, for family from the Everett side.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, but he says he's going to be there. Well, as soon as the doors open, because he doesn't sit down, he wants to stand in his one spot. But if you don't get that spot, then you're looking over someone's shoulder.
Yeah, but you're a legend there. You spent,
Who, me?
Yeah. Well, how long were you there? You said there's a statue of you there.
2.5 years.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
CKBI TV, baby.
Yeah. Everybody would be going, hey, look it's Kevin Karius. Remember him when he was here?
I did a documentary on the Raiders when I was there, and I had a blast with these guys.
Awesome.
It was on their Western road trip.
Great spot. I can't believe there's still if it's frozen there, can you imagine what it's like in Flin Flon?
Unbelievable.
If
if Lake Waskesiu is still frozen, well, mind you, I guess we've gone up to Dipper Lake, and that's even further north, but that's into June, and the ice is just coming off. So
true enough, but she said there's snow on the beach.
Unreal.
Wow.
You know who had the paddle wheel at Waskesiu?
Dave Maloney.
You're close.
So Dan Maloney.
No, you were close on the first name to start.
Oh, Dave.
Starts with a B. Dave, former Montreal Canadian.
Oh, go ahead.
Dave Ballon.
Ballon. Let's see. That's
Yeah, you were
kind of
close.
what I was on it.
Maloney.
Yeah, sorry. I was on it. I was on it with Bill Penny and Carrington. And yeah, we went up there to play in the
Lobstick.
Yeah. No, it was a Pro-Am thing. It wasn't Lobstick, but I've been up there for when that's going on.
Hot Salsa said, I played the Lobstick a few times. Wonderful. He goes, I'm wiped. This woman is nonstop. Sham says, is she a spokesperson for Red Bull? Yeah, Lisa can bring it, man.
You know what the Lobstick is?
Yeah, it's the tree that's
yep.
Right. I can't remember what hole it is though, Gary.
Well, number one is where they had it.
Okay.
I think that one blew down, but it was a marker.
It's a marker, yeah. I shouldn't say a tree. It was almost like a totem pole sort of
well,
thing.
no,
right?
it's a spruce tree, but they've gone up and taken a chunk out.
Yeah.
And that was always a mark.
And you always, because it was sort of a
kind of like an Inukshuk. Do you know what an Inukshuk
Yes,
is?
I know what it is.
Boy, this is a real.
Really
you
informative.
guys over there, are you learning anything?
No, they're not even paying attention.
We know all kinds of stuff that is useless.
Hago made it to his time.
Yes, he did.
Just made it.
Yeah, and I didn't realize he's left-handed and he needs a haircut.
That's what I said. If Arnold Palmer got a hold of him, boy.
He'd straighten that out.
Yep. Hey, we're back to wrap things up. Kevin Karius, Gary Meyer for the Country Club Tour on Sports 1440. AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
What's that? Is that actually spring? Like no snow squalls or bad weather tomorrow? It's actually spring? Well, GS Construction welcomes the warmer weather because that means we can really get to work. Now, it doesn't matter if there was bad weather. This is our time to shine, but we can't do it without good people to do that work. That's why GS Construction is hiring pipe layers, topmen, and heavy equipment operators. If you want to join a team who loves their work, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Get ready for a night of rock with the Gene Simmons Band. Monday, November 30th at Silent Ice Center in Nisku. The Gene Simmons Band, performing your favorite classic hits. Monday, November 30th at Silent Ice Center in Nisku. Tickets on sale now at silenticecenter.com. Don't miss the Gene Simmons Band.
Your protein drink should work as hard as you do. That's why Booster Juice is hitting the gym harder than ever, brother. Meet your new gym buddies, the Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers. 2 new ripped and refreshing menu options that bench some serious protein. Perfect for pre or post workout. Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers taste like motivation. So what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Looking for a solid 4x4 that checks all the boxes? The 2026 Jeep Compass is in stock now at St. Albert Dodge, and this is a great value, starting from just $36,900. It's a Jeep, so you've got 4x4 capability, plus features like an 8.4-inch touchscreen, Apple CarPlay, active lane management, a Park View rear backup camera, and more. Over 30 in stock right now in just about every color you'd want. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
From the locker room to your radio, Sports 1440 is Edmonton's sports leader. Real talk, big personalities, and your texts. It's interactive. It's fun. It's where Edmonton talks sports. Sports 1440.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I'm Parveen Middleton, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your supplier of maximum comfort, bringing you the cool AC you need. You just have to
call Legacy. Call Legacy.
For comfort at night when the hot air suffocates you.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
For comfort in your wallet with no payments or interest for 1 year.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
You deserve comfort. Cool off today with AC from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Your game,
Your station, Sports 1440.
and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 10:53. Just a quick little couple of minutes before we throw it to Fantasy Frenzy. On this day in Oilers history, Gary Meyer.
Yep.
The longest game, and I'm going to, as soon as I say this, you're going to know who scored the goal. The longest game in Stanley Cup final history.
I'm going to go with Peter Klima.
Peter Klima.
Yep.
And what was his line about?
Well, he was sitting on the bench the whole game.
Yeah, for the last 2 hours or whatever of running time.
Right.
And he said, pretty hard to score when you don't have a 200-foot long stick.
Yeah. If I still maintain, and you know, he's passed away, but I still maintain if he had known how good he was, man, I watched him at practice and doing stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
he did.
man.
He never had the ticker to match.
No, just he had incredible talent. Incredible talent. Hey, here's something for you. What do you think?
Got about a minute.
Okay, what do you think the price of gas is in Libya?
Per gallon or
a gallon? Yeah.
In Libya?
Yeah, I said it first.
Free.
Huh?
Free.
No, it's 9 cents.
9 cents a
Yeah,
gallon.
so
Kevin, do you know where Libya
I
is?
sure do, Duke.
Yeah.
I saw it. I just was watching that movie True Lies.
Okay. 13 cents in Iran. So what's happening is that's so different. They pump it out of the ground up in Fort McMurray.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's getting any more money to pump it out of the ground. They're not pumping it out any faster or any different. It comes down to the upgrader. Then it goes to the refinery. Nobody in there is getting any more money for what they're doing. The speed hasn't changed or anything else. They turn it into gas. Then they take it to the gas stations. Nobody's getting any more money.
You should be a politician.
Well, give me a break. You know, let's phone the Rape Crisis Center for crying out loud. This is horse hockey.
Jeff Toner texts in, Gary Meyer is an absolute gemstone. I'd love to hang out with him and just listen.
Oh. You have a sister?
Good stuff, Gary. Well, now that we're we're going to be well past the halfway point of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yes.
We got to get some guests on now that don't have to be hockey.
No. But look at Carolina's tomorrow. They're going to have not played in a week.
I know.
Tomorrow. And
is it? Yeah.
Makar, what was the report? What's going on there?
He'll be fine.
He looked to me like he had his shoulder separated. Maybe they popped it back in.
He returned.
I saw him
but
return.
He needs a few days off. He'll be just like everyone else. Well, that's Gary Meyer for the Country Club Tour. G-Man, have a great weekend.
You too. Enjoy
Long
the
weekend.
Long weekend. That's right. It's going to be
stinks the weather,
cold,
though, eh?
so you and Laura can curl up in the motorhome.
Toner says he's got 5 sisters and they may be for sale. Well, 3 of them anyway, he says.
Okay, I'm just looking for a good one to rent.
Hey, maybe you and Duke could do a double date here.
Oh, I hear that's coming. Yeah. Yeah.
That would be something.
Yep.
I'd pay for that.
Okay, we'll make a movie.
Double date.
Yep.
Good stuff, Gary. We'll see you next Friday.
Thanks, guys. Yep. Everybody travel safe out there. You know, long weekend. Take it easy.
You betcha. Coming up top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Rochep T-Bird,
Connor Halley, and the Duke of Delburne. At 12 o'clock, it's the Lowdown with Alan Mitchell. 2 to 6, Jason Gregor drives us home. We've got Blue Jays baseball. I would assume joined in progress, Duke. And then we'll have Fox Sports all night long. It's a little different look tomorrow. Old Joshy boy's heading out with his sweetheart for the long weekend. So the Duke, broken leg and all, is going to be around to take care of business tomorrow with the Triple S and then Hoop City with Paul Sir, which is going to be interesting. I don't know. Duke, they'll talk about his knee and his leg all show long. But we'll be back with you on Tuesday morning, pardon me. So thanks, everybody, for listening. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the great texts. It was a crazy week here on Sports 1440, and I hope everyone enjoyed our broadcasts and our shows, from start to finish. We'll see you back here on Tuesday morning. Until then, have a wonderful, wonderful and safe, as Gary said, May long weekend. Until then, here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
IIHF World Championships underway from Switzerland. Team Canada's first game winning over Sweden 5-3 the final Oilers in action. Darnell Nurse, a pair of assists. Matthias Ekholm on the score sheet with a goal for the Swedes. Elsewhere, Finns beat Germany 3-1. United States and Switzerland still to come, as is Czechia versus Denmark. And the WHL finals back at it tonight for game number 5. Prince Albert at home against Everett. Silvertips currently touting a 3-1 series lead. Former Olympian silver medalist Manon Rhéaume has been named as the first general manager in history for the new expansion franchise Detroit Club in the PWHL. In the association tonight, playoffs back underway with Detroit taking on Cleveland from Ohio. 5 o'clock tip-off. Cavaliers can punch their ticket as they lead the series 3-2. And in the nightcap, 7:30 tip-off from Minnesota with the Timberwolves hosting San Antonio. Spurs lead that best of 7, 3-2. Full slate of games across the majors today, including the Blue Jays back at it. They kick off a series in Detroit against the Tigers. First pitch scheduled for 4:45. It'll be Trey Savage on the bump. You can catch that game right here in Sports 1440. Joined in progress at the conclusion of the Jason Greger Show. Elsewhere, Baltimore in Washington, Tampa hosting Miami, the Red Sox take on the Braves, Yankees in New York against the Mets, and the Seattle Mariners, they open up a series against the San Diego Padres. PGA Championship from just outside Philadelphia, Hideki Matsuyama 3 under on the day to jump to a tie atop the leaderboard alongside Ulrich Pockeider, Steven Jager, Min Woo Lee, and others. Scotty Scheffler currently T6 at 2 under par. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 14